Meet Cheryl.
Hey.
She's on vacation and lost in the moment.
All right. A bit of a meltdown. Moving from scene to scene. We've gone up a few levels, huh? I know, thanks to Michael. Thanks to Michael, indeed. Let me know if the audio's good. We had a few technical issues. Moving to get over. Get ready for trivia. Talishar is here. Sweet. Boundless is here. Oh my gosh, guys. I am prepped. I'm ready. See what you guys can do. We had a few issues. The time on the question should work, even if there's a little bit of the stream delay. I kind of built in enough time. If there's not enough time, we'll kind of take a step back and recalculate what has to happen. Should work. Okay, yeah. So coming over, when we went to transition to the scene to get ready for the trivia, we had a slight issue. Not a crash, but a little bit of a tech issue that hopefully I can resolve before the next time we got to use some of this other stuff. All right. Also, should we get some background music while we're doing this one? Would that be a good idea? Maybe we should just keep Detrea's song going in the background. No, it would not be cool, man. It would not be cool. POV Jake chopped the stream instead of pausing. No, unfortunately, that is not the mistake that I made. It was not a stream stop error. Oh. Did I just show you guys the answers? Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Fork Lord. Alright, I'm gonna bring that down just a little bit. Alright, here we go. Ay. Okay. But yes, it was a little bit of a headache there. Kahoot hype. Jigsaw, yeah. No, I didn't stop it. But it did have to come to a stop. So that was fun. Whoops, just questions. Okay, good. Good. All right, we'll give it a few minutes. Because I didn't see the pin. I didn't put the pin up on screen because we were trying to fix some stuff. So we'll give it a few minutes to let people get in. What was Boundless's strat, huh? Don't remember that song in Marathon. 30 hours of this medley. Yeah, this is gonna be the background for sure, right? Oh, this might not last the whole time we're in the game though, so we might end up listening to something else if I don't switch it. Maybe I should turn it off. Damn. I should have made a loop of it, right? I should have made a loop here. What is the Kahoot sound we're gonna listen to here? All right, this is kind of thematic. Got some old game style to it, I guess. My strat, you see, I'm just going to emote glitch out of the Kahoot so I can find all the answers standing still. Nice. Okay, we'll give it like 2 or 3 more minutes for people to pop in if they want to. Yeah. Key on the should work. Some great name. Okay, I'm recognizing everyone. Who's Vorp? Fork Lord? Is Fork Lord random? Or is random gone? Could be Michael. I'm trying to think of my other Fork Lords here. Last one. So glad Joku isn't in here. Who can it be? So we'll go 817. Good, nice starting number with a 7 in it. And then at 9, do the Q&A. We got 7 in here. That's a good number. That's a good number. Maybe we start with this. Jolly the AI. Yeah, I think the questions are pretty good. We'll see. We'll see. I'm interested to see who's going to win. Does anybody have like a I'm definitely going to win? Only thing worse would be if Hamish shows up. I know, right? Playing Kahoot? Yeah, we got a Kahoot. What's the prize? I didn't know if there's a way to verify, but since you guys are in chat, Talishar, are you on Discord? Feel like you have a good shot? If it's somebody who I can like verify, but I just didn't have any way to like confirm it. If it's someone that I can verify, like one of you guys from the Discord, we'll do like Discord Nitro for the win. You're in the Marathon Discord? Okay, perfect. Beeble's in here. So we'll do a month of like Discord Nitro. Give them a Kahoot winner roll in the Discord. Oh, we could also do a roll? Trivia Lord? Made the fan soundtracks for M2 and Infinity, so it should be easy to verify me. Exactly. Okay, good. Yeah, we'll do that. Wait, are you okay, hold on. Do you have the fan ones that are in the Steam Workshop right now? That's sick, dude. Hell yeah. I think I've possibly listened to these on stream, if that's the case. That's me. Awesome. Oh, sick, dude. Sorry, I didn't recognize you earlier. All right, we're gonna start. We got 8 people in here, 1 away from the sacred number. All right. And I think how it's gonna work. It seems to be pretty consistent. There's not a ton of lag, so I think everyone should be able to see the questions. And let's do it. Oh, here we go. Oh, and I used their images for the pictures here, so we'll see. 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Who's gonna take it? The only confirmed native life found on Tau Ceti 4, referred to as what? Ooh. We've talked about it a few times on stream already. You commented on the Infinity one, I think. Ah, yes. Okay. Yeah, good. I've definitely talked about them. 4 answers? 5 answers? Okay, maybe I gave it a little too much time. I want people to have the opportunity in case there's a stream delay. That's okay. Take your time. Think. I'm so cooked. Oh, no. The chat is blocking some answers. Uh-oh. Here, hold on. Oh, my gosh. That's hilarious. All right. We'll get rid of the chat here. Hold on. Boop. Push that over. All right, sweet. Okay. Should work, right? Okay. Chat's a little in the way. I have no idea what this one is. Oh, no. I knew it. Bravo 6 going dark. Okay, here we go. All right. 4 of you guys got it. Let me know if you got it. Who said a tick? Because that if I didn't know, that would have been my choice. Would have been tick. Oh, we're gonna see here. Oh, Yap with a 948. Oh, Michael right behind him. Ace Beeble. Oh no, Talishar, nothing yet. Okay. All right. Question number 2. What is the name of the extraterrestrial attackers of the marathon in 2794? Oh, this is a spelling question. Ooh, a little tricky. Listen to the podcast episode. Oh, nice. Not a hyper connoisseur, but I'm using all my neurons. Oh, everybody got it. Okay. Truthfully, I thought this one would trip some people up. I felt pretty strongly that this one would get somebody. Look at that. 8 of 8. Oh no. 4. Let's go. Okay. Good job. Look at that, everybody. Who's still in the lead? Yap, still in the lead. Okay. True or false? The trizeme is a weapon which forces a star into an early nova. It originates from ancient working Kackinter technology. What do you think about this picture? It was a pretty good picture, right? Kindergarten question. Oh no. 4 versus 4 may have gotten you. Okay. Oh, look at that. Got a bunch of trues. Okay, guys, here's the trick. Here's the trick to the question. Listen, hey, the last one, Michael said was a kindergarten question. This one's a little trickier, okay? It is not ancient working Kakantar technology. It's ancient Yarrow technology. Talishar coming in. Hell yeah. Okay. Let's see. Do we keep? Oh, Yap Yap stays at top. All right, Yap Yap's doing good. Oh, Beeble. Look at Beeble catching up. Oh, he's on a streak. Beeble has a streak with 3 correct answers in a row. Oh, shit. Okay, here we go. All right, this is a hard one. Put these events in correct chronological order. Guys, this is the hardest one, I think. There's maybe one more that's just as hard. What do you think? Work, life, and death of intelligence? Which came first? This is Marathon Timeline, okay? Marathon Timeline. Just had a video about it. This is a who have you watched the video? Who have you watched the new video? Pulling up interpretation tricky questions. No, it's not Yarrow. Definitely, it's Yarrow Tech. Yeah, the working character are trapped by it though. 4 answers. This is hard. This is the one that would give me anxiety on a test if I was taking it. I have this, or I'm completely wrong. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. This is a hard one. I don't know if I would get this every time. I think the top and the bottom I feel like are easy. Don't like this question. Oh no. Morning chat. How's it going, Dodgy? Oh, everyone got it wrong. Okay, this is the order. This is the order, everybody. Like this is hard. This is hard. Rip. Crash of Traxxas, then the rules for the Battleroids, then Life and Death of Intelligence, then Deimos purchased from freeholders. Yes. Oh, Jolly, you almost got it? Damn. Okay, what'd you get mixed around? I only got Traxxas. Okay. I missed only one. Wait, what was the one, Michael? Michael's been looking at this timeline though for weeks, so I feel like he's probably just, it's hard. It would be hard, after like observing it for that long in a row to put them in the right order. It's all mixed match in the brain. Not looking hot for me. Yeah, I think everyone's doing good though. I'm impressed. I'm impressed with everything so far. All right, the final screen of Marathon 2 states that Leela fell into the hands of the Nar for being sold to a blank merchant. That was a Hamish question. Yeah, right. Locked. Okay. Talishar's confident about this one. This is the one that I didn't use one of their stock images for. This is good. Okay, so how are we feeling? The question's pretty decent? Or no? Are they too much? I know my ending screens. Ooh. Okay, Talishar does got it unlocked. Yes, Valet. Four merchants. See, I would have guessed if I didn't know, I would have said Jorniel just because I think, another alien name. This one is great. Nice. Live stream lag is crippling me. Is it? There should be enough oh, you're saying for the time. It should line up because everybody's even, I think, right? Or unless you're saying it's lag on your end, I don't know. Questions are good? Okay. Beeble, you're doing good, though. Beeble's doing good. So is Yap Yap. Delay is about 5 seconds. Okay. I guess if it's consistent for everybody, though, right? All right. True or false? The Lost Network packets were a series of journal entries written by Volker von Bühler. Tick-tock. Volker von Bühler. I don't know why this was the recommended stock image for me to use, but I used it. And I think it fits. Ooh, look at that. Congratulations. Yes, it's Volker von Mueller. Oh, I know. That I feel like that's kind of a dirty one. Don't even know what terminal this one is from. This is not from a terminal. This is from the Lost Network packets, which was like an ARG style thing that Bungie did in between the release of Marathon 1 and Marathon 2 to fix some of the timeline issues that they had, inconsistencies from Marathon 1. So, pretty hard question, I would say. Oh, Talishar taking the top. Oh my gosh. Don't look at my score. Oh no, what's balance? Hey, you're not doing too bad. A little bit behind. Haven't studied those yet. I know. Now I have Never ever heard of this, really. Rolled the die on that one. Bueller sounded right. It does. It does. These are very niche. We're getting deep. I think there's some easy ones coming up. The invading force in the Battle of the Marathon in 2794 were the four. Who invaded Marathon in 490 BC? Ooh, what do you think of that? A history question. Ties in. This could be the one that I got wrong because the thing that I know about is Marathon, not history. 5 answers. Okay, it's tricky. This one is brilliant. Okay, good. Let's go. I think I misclicked. Oh no, Beeble. Beeble, you're pretty close there. You're up there though. I missed the chance to join. Oh, I'm sorry, Cry. We waited for a while. We waited a little bit. Maybe we can run it back one more time if people want to go again just to try. Persians, hell yeah. Okay. Yeah, this was a hard one. That was a hard one, I think. Bringing in some real world. Oh, Michael stepping up on the leaderboards, overtaking Beeble. With the fours and the fours and the fours. Okay, here we go. Next question. Quiz question. Durandal hijacks a 4 ship that is named the Sphera. He renames the vessel. Which is it? What could it be? What does Durandal rename the 4 ship that he hijacks? What could it be indeed? Oh, good. See, okay, equanimity, that's the tricky one because that is the equanimity is the name of the ship that the UESC is using in Project Goliath, which is from the ARG for the new game. Whereas the Boomer is Durandal's ship. And Saphira, I also believe, is a 4 god of lightning, possibly. It's a 4 god. That's what it was named after. So unfortunately, I almost smooth-brained that answer. Oh no, can only hear this in Gianna's voice now. Talishar is on a streak of 4. Okay, Talishar. Hell yeah, dude. Stepping up. All right, the Marathon had 11 AI on board. True or false? Possibly easy if, you're familiar with certain things. Possibly hard. Maybe it's a trick question. I don't know. Let's see. What is it going to be? Almost clicked Doomer. Oh, interesting. Okay. So the disparity for this question between those who got it true and those who got it false, the split here is people who are familiar with ARG and not familiar with ARG. Because from the ARG, we learn that there were 8 additional AI. 8 plus 3, 9, 10, 11. Hold on, right? My math isn't bad here. You have 8 meant for the colony and 3 on board the AI. The ones meant for the colony were obviously not being utilized during the trip. Never mind, I don't know what this way. Okay, gotcha. Oh man, I thought the additional AI were coming on the new ship. No, they're on board. They were just meant for the colony. So we don't know what exactly has happened to them in the time since the original games. All right, Yap taking the lead. Oh, Yap pulling ahead with Michael close behind. Like 2 things about the ARG. Okay. There are some ARG questions I think left. I think we have a few ARG questions left. We'll see. All right. Let's see here. This mechanical engineer became the leader of the only humans who survived the destruction of the colony in Tau Ceti. I watched that entire stupid 4-hour video multiple times and don't remember that. Oh no. Sorry, probably got lost. I mean, make something more concise, right? All right, who could it be? Do these names look familiar? All of these, none of these are names that aren't in Marathon. These are all names from the Marathon universe. 100% of them. Oh, yes, Robert Blake. Bernard Strauss. Bernard Strauss, good guess. Good guess, because Bernard Strauss was on board the Marathon, and he was around during the time of the invasion. Although we don't know his true fate, it was indeed the mechanical engineer Robert Blake, who unfortunately was taken captive and on board the Sphera, the Boomer, Durandal's ship when he went to level 1. Who jumps ahead now? Ooh, Yap stays on top. Yap, you're good. You miskicked. No cap. All right, I trust you. Yes, Talis, to give the Robert thumbs up emoji. Yeah. I'm just waiting for a born on board question. Oh, should I have added some my lore questions? Robert Blake, who was unfortunately Jason Jones. Very true. Talishar is evil. Evil score. That's funny. All right, puzzle question. Marathon Infinity introduces us to the Fours rank system. Order these ranks with the highest at the top. This is hard. This is hard. This is the hardest question, I think. Maybe the other order question. This is hard. I don't know, truthfully, that there's that many people inside the Marathon community who could confidently answer this question. Although it does have its own page on the Marathon story page, and it is pretty clearly stated and outlined. It's deep. This is deep. We're going deep for this one. Introduce a Fours rank system. How many people here are even going off Infinity context here? Okay. How many people here are even familiar with the Fours ranks? How many people have even seen these terminals? I think out of everybody who's ever played Marathon Infinity, probably a very small percentage of them have even seen these terminals, to be honest with you. Oh, you know this one? Oh, okay. Well, I'm very curious who got this one. Oh, Cry, you would have gotten it, yeah. Remember the ranks in Infinity. Willful, I think, is bottom. Let's go. Boundless got it. Is this true? Is this a Boundless victory? Wow. Good job, Boundless. Unfortunately, not enough to pull you up into the top 3, but amazing nonetheless that you got it. That's awesome. You're one off. Oh, no. Conditioned is bottom. Interesting. Yeah, this one I would have had in the bag. Nice, Cry. Damn. All right, quiz question. When the Four deployed their simulacrums on the Marathon, all 6,000 were dressed in the uniform of a or an. This is probably one of my favorite terminals in the whole series. We get a hilarious picture of some Bobs frantically taking off their uniforms so as not to be perceived as one of the simulacrums, the exploding Four created Bob Travises. So close, you got the last 2 swapped. Oh, bummer ace. This question is evil. I might be wrong on this. Okay, weren't they all naked? So the simulacrums were not naked. Runner fork masks. The simulacrums were not naked, but they were dressed in one uniform exclusively because the Four had a small sample size of humans before they designed the simulacrums, these exploding human-looking things. Yes, an airlock technician. Congratulations, dude. If you got that one, that's another deep pull to know actually what it is. I think you have it actually. Because of the color coding of the question, nothing more. Oh, yes, true. Whoa, Talishar. Whew. Oh, no, Michael. Boundless popped up above you. Boundless is on a streak here. Congratulations, Boundless. Okay. Boundless is heating up. Can we see a late game victory for Boundless? When does the security officer realize that Durandal has gone crazy? Now, this is something we talked about in the lore section. I would love to see kind of where we fall on this, guys. Green is airlock technician. Oh yeah. The colors were a little messed up. When does the security officer realize that Durandal has gone crazy? Now, we know we just played through the game and we saw that I guess we may have seen a chapter where this was referenced. Let's see. Definitely got it wrong. Oh, no. I narrowed it down to 3. Okay. I don't know. Maybe this one might be tricky. I did give the answer. Oh, we got one person who got it right. Yes. Oh my gosh. Okay, this is good. How many points do I get for picking the one that isn't? Narrowed it down to 4. Listen, just so you think you understand Marathon. These are hard questions. Security officer realized that Durandal is crazy in the manual because the manual describes his experience on board the Murata. And he even says, that damn crazy computer Durandal. And Durandal laughs at him as he tries to kill him by decompressing the Murata before he arrives on board the Marathon, which is interesting because it does kind of stand in, contrary to how Leela, the AI, is reacting to you when she's trying to figure out what is happening to Durandal, and the security officer does not express to her, hey, he just tried to kill me in the on the way over here in the Murata that obviously I showed you guys when we were playing the first level. Who got it right? Boundless! Oh my god, Boundless is heating up. Okay. All right, what is the name of the ship security officer uses to reach the Marathon beginning of the first game? Okay, another Another one that came. This was the recommended picture, by the way. Another one that we just read. Sorry, my fork friends, I'm letting you all down. No. Everybody who plays is winning this game. Just for trying. Honestly, getting any of these questions represent a level of marathon knowledge far greater than most. I'm impressed with you all. I thought this was called something else. Ooh. Just for being here. No, it's more than participation points. Getting any of these rights are good. The Murata. Yes, congratulations. Okay, we got a few people on this one. Okay. Yes. Oh my god, Boundless with the comeback. Was that the Leonardo? No, that would be great though. Mazda Murata. Oh my god, Boundless. Oh, can Boundless catch Yap Yap? I love that Yap Yap actually gets to play as his rat here. That's very fun. All right, another quiz question. Robert Blake and his men wish to activate an ancient AI Durandal refers to as Thoth. What is the origin of this name? Let's see here. Do we know? This is another history question. This is a good history question. First the Persians question and then this question, right? Refers to as Thoth. What is the origin of this name? And inside the game, they even talk about the origin of this. Ooh, okay, good guess. See, if I did not know, I would have guessed the Yarrow word, right? Good job. Look at the history buffs. History buffs all around. We got it. Oh my god, Boundless is chasing. Yap Yap, you slip up one time, buddy. I have a feeling that Boundless might catch you. What font are you using? It's so cool. Are you talking about for the stream or are you talking about for Kahoot? I don't know what the Kahoot font is. The stream font is Arame, A-R-A-M-E. Jake is like the overseer here, all knowing. Is this a shuttle from the Murata? He's on board the Murata. If Talishar might be saying one of the questions was wrong, which we need to go back and give points for, we'll look into it. All right, how far away from the gravitational center of the Milky Way is Lahawan? This is another manual question. Could learn this from maybe potentially the end screen of Marathon 1 as well. Talishar, I know you're an end screen guy. Ooh, let's see, 97 light years. Okay, good amount of people knew that. Oh, Yap Yap. Yap Yap's pulling ahead. Oh, he's on a streak too. Yap Yap saw Boundless coming up and he's like, nope, not happening. I see you, Michael. Michael's holding on though. He's holding in there. I feel like Michael could bounce back at any point. Ace as well. If Ace went on a streak right now, he could pull. He could pull in. All right, let's see it. Who is the founder of Sakaguchi? ARG question. This is hard. ARG question. That one was lucky. Oh, okay. Yap Yap is going crazy. Someone take their throne. I know. Yap Yap is killing it. Only two. Hideo Murakami. Hideo Murakami is the founder of Sakaguchi. Starting as Sakaguchi Electronics before they shifted into the automotives and robotics industry, became Sakaguchi Electronics. Hideo Kojima. All right, let's see. Oh, okay, Michael's coming up here. Oh man, Boundless, that could have been your chance to gain some ground. Clearly Marcus Marathon. Yes, indeed. Maybe that was the right answer. I could have gotten it wrong. 500 starving Martians lost their lives in a riot at a food distribution center in 2442. This event is known as the... What is it? What is this event known as? Riot at a food distribution center in 2442. Any ideas? Almost certain on this one. Ooh, Talishar, feeling good. Oh, look at that. Okay, who got wrong? Who called it the Maida Massacre 2442 Hunger Uprising? My favorite Halo Easter eggs. Yeah. I was just talking to Michael about how that appeared over there. Nice. Look at that. All the top guys holding on. Okay. Whew. All right. Yap Yap could blow it. Yap Yap's pulling ahead quite a bit. Oh, that was you, Ace? Oh, it happens. The hunger was me. Oh. That's good. The Hunger one kind of, I could see it. It's, the little bit of heavy-handed lore stuff in some of it. I believe in you, Boundless. Boundless, you got to really lock in. Yap Yap as well. Yap Yap, I feel like because you're in the lead, you've held the lead for so long, people aren't rooting for you, but I'm impressed. The skill's amazing. All right, let's see. True or false? The marathon's journey from Mars to Tau Ceti takes 117 years. 117 years. True or false? Ooh, congratulations. It takes 300 years. Almost exactly 300 years. We're looking at 2472 to 2773. Right behind you, Boundless. Ooh. Nice. Oh my God, Talishar. Oh, Talishar's catching up quick. Is it possible to catch Yap Yap though? I don't know. Let's see. Quiz time. May of 2888, Traxxas, Oxia, Palace, Blank mining site, collapse. I'll settle for second. Ooh, okay, let's see. 117 reporting in. Hey, 117 is the Bungie number. Oh, wow, look at everyone. Everyone with B02. Interesting. Oh, wait, no, a misclick. Oh, no. Coming up to the podium. Here it is. In third place, Talishar! Congratulations. Orkalord Michael in second. And who's number one? The one and only Yap Yap. Whoa! Yay! Runners up. Oh, Boundless and Beeble in there as the runners up. Congratulations. Knocked down to fourth. Ooh. Yap Yap, if you're on the Discord, I can gift you after this. Just send me a message on there and I'll gift you a month of Discord Nitro as a little victory. Nice. So sick. Well, I'm glad. I felt like that took a good amount of time. I feel like it was a good pace for it too. It didn't get too crazy. You are on the Discord. Okay, yeah. Yap. Yap Yap, send me a we need the Cahoots roll. Okay, so we'll create a trivia lord roll for Yap Yap or something. We would call it the Cahooter. I guess it's fitting right. This is technically a Yap session. True. All the Yaps are winning here. Talishar. Okay, so I don't actually want to dispute the score, but just for fun, peep this. Oh no, did I misspeak on a question? Is it the Murata question? Did I misname this? Did I mislabel it? Talishar, how close were you to the win? Would that give you the win? 11, 320. Oh, it could have been the win. My place doesn't count, so cross me off. I'm back. I just listened to Tree Llama. Nice, Joku. Thank you. First to third had extra tech on their biomatas. Thank God Joku wasn't here. Message sent. Awesome. Yap. Okay, I'll hook you up with that when the stream's over. You're right, but I think there's a ship between the Murata and the Marathon. Ew, the shuttle light. Okay, you know what? We'll do Discord Nitro for Talishar as well, for correcting me on the question and for his valiant effort. So 2 going out. Talishar just messaged me on Discord, and then after the stream is done, I'll hit you up. Congratulations. Yap. Excellent showing. Talishar, excellent showing. Michael, such a goat. Boundless, the hero. I feel like you were kicking ass as well. Far up there. Could beat me. I believe in you. Sebastian, how's it going, dude? Nice. Excellent work. Oh. Hitting the wrong button. Now I'm going crazy. All right. Trying to think here. So we got the Q&A coming up next. And then after that, Joku's going to come on and we're going to chat for a little bit. And then after that is going to be the drawing a blank on the word here. Aperture Grill's speed run of Marathon 1. Okay. So I think what I'm going to do is we'll kick it over to a break. Try to see make sure that the stream doesn't crash this time when we when we go over to the in-between. I'm going to set up the Q&A section. Use the restroom real quick, grab something to eat. Looking forward to a Speedrun. I know. I'm so grateful that Aperture Girls are going to jump on for us and do that. That's going to be a good time. So I'm gonna get something to eat real quick, and then we're gonna start the Q&A at 9 p.m. So like 15 minutes. I'll answer questions in the chat, and then also I have the questions from other people. Let me think of some hard questions for Jake. We'll see. We'll see what I remember lore wise. We'll see if we're gonna do that. But I have some questions that I'll try to talk about, and we'll go through those. And we'll do that for a while, and then like I said, yeah, at 10, Joku's gonna pop on. We're gonna chat for a little bit, and then after that, like I said, speed run. So let me kick it over to this thing. Oop! Oh, look at this. You guys are getting the behind the scenes here. Look, I'll even just do this live. Here we go. Gonna go for me. Trivia. What do we got? Q and. All right. So I'll see you guys in 10, 15-ish minutes, and then we'll. What was the name of the factory named in the GW terminal? Oh my God, that's a good question. That's a good ass question. I wouldn't get it. And don't forget to check the post too, please. It's very important. The post. Are you talking about the? Well, I'll message you here in a minute. All right, we got this good. Is it centered? I got to center it for Michael. Looks close. All right. All right. Jake jump scare. 3, 2, 1. Boom, there I am. All right. Dude. That it's just like, that's the song, right? That's got to be the song they go with. It's got to be the song they go with in the upcoming game. It's too good. It's too good. Too good. Okay. All right. So next up, wait, can everyone hear me? Is this cool? Hold on, let me make sure here. Kahoot after party. Okay, so next thing we're going to do is a Q&A. I'm going to answer some questions from the chat. I took screenshots of the question that people ask in the posts. I'm also going to go back and check the posts after I get through these slides. Obviously, we'll kind of take our time and answer questions people ask in the chat as well. Okay, I'm seeing now, as I stepped away, did some stretching, did some little snacking, and I'm seeing now there was a trivia battle here. There's a trivia battle with Joku. Oh, Joku, you're planning my downfall. Did I watch your videos? My favorite marathon YouTuber, of course. Need a 13 level in marathon too. These are good. Marathon 1 was made longer. Oh, what level of Marathon 1 was made longer just for the sake of it? Oh, that's questions for you guys to get warmed up. I'm getting quizzed? I thought this was going to be nice. This is going to be a fun time. I'm getting quizzed? No, I am the quizzer. Only I give the Kahoot. So I don't have to be embarrassed when I get all the Kahoot questions wrong that I made. J. Reginald DeJour. Hey, we were just looking at J. Reginald DeJour in the Marathon Scrapbook. Yes. Classic. Very great. It was just weird and happen. No. I know, Joku. I'm just playing. Q&A section means the chat subjects you to insane questions. Exactly, Talshar. Girlfriend told me to tell you I'm proud of you. Oh, Sada. Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate your girlfriend, and I appreciate you. You guys are both very sweet. Good. I need some people to be proud of me. All right. So, like I said, we're going to do some questions and answers. Hold on, wait. I have a beautiful... Oh, shit. Wrong thing. What is this? What is the name of the blue floaty boys on Poor Yorick? I'll have to tell you if you're wrong. Please tell me what I'm wrong about, Joke. I do need that. Some questions and answers. Look, what did you guys see this? Is this beautiful? This is amazing. My Canva presentation skills, excellent. Yeah, I just saw that we share almost identical last names. That's crazy. Congrats once again. I'm proud of you. Oh, I know, dude. Yap was the GOAT. Joker, I wish you could have been here for the Kahoot. I would have loved to get you in there. Dude, Yap was killing it. Yap was killing it. All right, so we'll get through these questions. Obviously, you guys want me to answer some sort of question, put it in chat. I know I basically read every chat anyways and talk about it, so this might be a little unnecessary as a part, but I thought it'd be fun. So if you guys have any questions or something you want me to talk about, let me know. But we'll go through all the questions that were asked. All right, we're going to start. Is Random here? I don't think Random's here. We're going to start with Random's question, though. Oh, shit, I'm using the wrong mouse again. Use the wrong mouse, use the wrong keyboard. Random, what is stream? This is a very important question. Stream is what we're doing right now. It's live. And Random's not even here to laugh at the fact that I included his silly troll question. So, moving on. Beeble, I believe, might be here, though, and might appreciate that we included his silly troll question. What is marathon? Well, if we reduce it to the most basic thing, marathon is a video game series that originated in the 90s as a great opener. What is stream? Yeah, exactly. See, we would have, if Random was here, he really would have appreciated that. But now he's missed it. So, thanks, Random. But marathon, I believe, is Random is so iconic for that. Yeah, marathon, I believe, is the best classic FPS, and I believe the true origin of kind of Bungie's game design philosophy. I feel like if you look at things like NOP and Minotaur, Operation Desert Storm that came before this. These were all like design prototypes and not necessarily indicative of what they wanted to, put out there creatively and bring to the world and refresh the game market. And I think Marathon is the starting point in a lot of ways for the things that Bungie did to push the games industry forward. And I think that it's relevant not only for its impressive technical feats and design choices, but also its narrative structure as something that kind of pierced the common kind of, I guess, veil of what kind of stories video games were able to tell. Pathways into Darkness, you're right. Pathways would be definitely the start of that. Thank you, Joku. But yeah, Pathways was honestly Pathways in the same vein. Thank you, buddy. Have a good night. Pathways in the same vein. Obviously, it's a similar kind of flow there. So maybe take back everything I just said. Odekar says, "Where do babies come from?" I don't know. You let me know when you figure it out, though. I have 2 of them. I have not figured it out yet. Yeah. Marathon went way further in popularity. Very true. Very true. All right. What are the key influences for the game's art style? Okay, so this comment was left on the YouTube post that I made. So I think what they're referring to is the new game. I don't know. I don't know if there's anywhere kind of written directly in terms of the influence for the art style for the original games. I do think that like the textures and the way that your kind of sprites and polygons were limited in the time. I don't know if you more so is like limitations, like what could you put forth, and is less so about the art style that you craft, and more so about like how you can flex the very limited tools at the time to create something that's visually striking and interesting, leaves kind of an impression in people's minds. So I think for the original game, that would be my guess, that was kind of the key thing. But I guess obviously kind of like if you look at for Marathon 1, obviously the kind of in-between art, which I think Joku was just talking about on here, or maybe we were talking about the original du jour when we were going through the Marathon scrapbook. I think a lot of that is kind of very influenced by cartoony comic book style action poses. I feel like especially if you look at kind of like the poses that security officers in the first game, the little in-between, like counterattack, these kind of running motions are kind of like riffs on that. Whereas when you move into Marathon 2, and obviously Craig Mullins comes aboard, kind of like this, I don't know, what would you call that? Kind of like this dark, gritty, sci-fi future alien world. And I think a lot of the stuff that he did it was all, I think, like real medium, right? I don't know that they were digital paintings. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But because I believe, sorry if I just screamed, but because I believe he's asking about the key influences for the game's art style, obviously, video that Michael and I put together the other day did very well. A lot of people saw that, and I believe that's probably what he's referencing, the influences for the upcoming game. Joseph Cross made this Twitter post last year, I believe, that kind of basically broke down very consistently like what the team there was kind of building upon in terms of crafting their own thing, some of the influences they had. The link to that, I believe, is in the description for the art video, but I can also include that here when we post this as a separate thing. So I think these are kind of the big things. Obviously, in the video that Michael made, I think a few other things were added that we didn't really talk about here, but just a few things point out, like OG Marathon and Wipeout, to name a few, are full of interesting visual qualities and ideas, just as much as next/current-gen games like Death Stranding, God of War, and The Last of Us are. A lot of you have already identified many of our visual influences: Mirror's Edge, Eon Flux, Ghost in the Shell, Otomo, Koji Marimoto, The Designers Republic, Chris Cunningham, all definitely in our stew of inspiration. Obviously, like, I think like the thing that stands out the most, if you kind of combine random asks what are the key influences. But yeah, so I think I love Joseph's art. Oh yeah, I know, and everything that he posts is just so sick. If you're excited about the art style, definitely follow Joseph Cross. And he's also worked on, I think, like the Dune movies maybe, and the Ghost in the Shell from 2017. I think if you look specifically at like the concept art stuff that we've talked about, Laughing Cephalopod, who has a really good kind of breakdown of all the art that has come out around this new marathon. It's not just limited to the art that we kind of got from the press kit and the art that we saw in the trailer, but he also like took screenshots and stills of all the concept art that was showed in the original Vidoc. Yes, he did work on Dude. Thank you, Joku. Yeah. If you look at all of those, I feel like the Ghost in the Shell is kind of like the biggest thing that kind of speaks through for me. And obviously in the video that I made about the art styles, I feel like Michael did a really good job of explaining that, in a very articulate way from the perspective of somebody who is a designer and artist and genius. But yeah, if you guys are looking for the key kind of concepts that they're playing on artistically, recommend following Joseph Cross, and you can read through this whole thread that he shared last year. All right, what's next here? How do you think new marathon story will or should be delivered to the player? / what kind of narrative delivery mechanisms might work in an extraction shooter, given the presumably ever-present PvP risk, adding unpredictability any in-game moment. I can't imagine it being too similar to Destiny's scripted missions or even old Marathon. You can stand around reading terminals at ease. Yeah. Well, I guess the key answer would be, I don't know. I don't know exactly how they're going to integrate it. If you look at things like Hunt Showdown, which would kind of be something similar in the realm of what they appear to be attempting to do in terms of it's an extraction shooter. It has a world that it operates within and kind of has this live service, ongoing thing to it where they're continuing to tell a story. The story is kind of told kind of like, and this is kind of reductive, and I'm going to say something that's silly that I feel like everybody falls back on when they're describing something that they like about a video game, especially with a narrative. But I'm gonna stand by this because somebody very important, which we're gonna review later when we finish the lore review stuff, also agrees with this. I feel like even things like Hunt Showdown are really adopting the kind of modern tropes that have been normalized by From Software. So FromSoft, the people who do Dark Souls and Elden Ring and Sekiro and Bloodborne, the kind of baking in complex narrative, not just through cutscenes and story events and things that are spoken to you or read to you, but also to the world itself. Kind of painting this story on the landscape and placing things in certain spots and items in certain areas, and really putting the ball in the player's court and saying, we want you to kind of come to a conclusion about what you believe has occurred in our narrative based on these things. Now, we're not going to spoon feed that idea to you. We're not going to explain to you that, okay, if you're going through, Seath's crystal caverns, right, in Dark Souls 1, and maybe there's a character located there you encountered in a different area, you might draw some conclusion based off the two places that you encountered them as to what their journey may have been or what their goal was, or perhaps the way that they died leads you to some sort of conclusion about their true intentions, right? Like if you guys have played Dark Souls, the Onion Knights, there's a lot of depth there that kind of, obviously they speak to you and they have these moments of dialogue where they're sharing very, kind of directly what they're doing and what their goal is. But also there's the unspoken element of the narrative, which tells more of the true story as to what's occurring. So my assumption would be all video game discussion leads to From Software. Exactly, Talishar. Exactly. That's what I feel silly to say, but I do think it's true. And so I think that in all modern games where they're trying to tell a nuanced, a complex story, something that's going to engage people over time, I think it's good to kind of hide your hand in the sense that they want to deliver the narrative in a way that allows people to be curious about it, not to have kind of direct answers to a lot of things. If we're talking about like actual tactile mechanics that are going to be implemented within the game, my guess would be, just like in things like Hunt Showdown, like I was just talking about, they're probably going to introduce some sort of lore compendium or archive. This could be, take the form of like a terminal system where you go out and you collect data drives, or maybe you interact with a terminal in the world, and then in whatever hub area you have or whatever kind of menus exist separate from that, maybe you get to like go through those now that you've downloaded the data or experienced it. If we're drawing a level of comparison between Destiny, because obviously Destiny has been the game they've been working on for 10 years, and we try to kind of pull out an idea as to how they might present some of this lore later down the road. We know that Destiny has kind of the book system, which Ace Traveler, if he's still here, has guided me through and shown me a bunch of really cool stuff about. But they have books that you can pick up and read, kind of like Skyrim, Elder Scrolls style. They have books that you can can go through and read in the menu section that tell big chunks of the narrative. And I believe he even said that some of those books like tell events that have occurred for people who've missed them. That could be incorrect, but I think the idea stands that I could definitely foresee an introduction of the terminal system, but yeah, not necessarily where you're sitting in front of a terminal and reading while the chaos of a PvP environment goes on around you. I kind of love the idea that you have the PvP risk while you're going around trying to gather lore. Obviously, I think it's frustrating. It's going to be frustrating for some people, and kind of like what Joe Ziegler said in his dev update is that this is a niche game, not necessarily developed for people who aren't looking for that kind of like intense PvP experience. And I think that's going to be something that bleeds through into all aspects of the game. But for me personally, I do think that it could be really cool to have to kind of navigate through the world, intake, information kind of on a fly in a hostile environment, and then come to conclusions about it later on. I also like the idea of this kind of natural story progression being baked into the system, wherein, let's say, I'm on a run, right, and I'm in some map, and I come across something that's really cool, but I don't have time. I have a bunch of loot I have to extract. Maybe there's too many enemies in the area. I like the idea of seeing something and going, oh, I got to come back to that. Or, hey, next time maybe I'm going to bring a sniper rifle or binoculars or, whatever kind of device, and maybe I'm going to hit the ridgeline and try to zoom in and do some reconnaissance on the area. Now that I know that there's something there that's going to, interest me about it. So I think that there's a lot of opportunities for it to be delivered in a really unique way. And then also I think kind of expanding on some of the more deeper lore aspects via like a terminal lore book setting would be really good. Saz says, I agree, that's probably how it'll go. Yeah. And Sato, like I said, one of the men who would know. Classic, experienced Destiny and Extraction player. Yeah. That's what I think about that. All right, let's see what the next question is. What is the significance of the timers? Are they crucial to the game's core mechanics? Okay, so the timer that he's referring to is going to be on the back of the UESC runner from the original trailer. Obviously, the timer is kind of counting down, and it's kind of culminating in this moment where he gets sniped by White Rabbit in the middle of that kind of open, flooded area. I don't know. I think the initial leak of the timer, right, what people were kind of talking about when, I guess, playtests from 2022 maybe, or 2023. I think that somewhere along those, there was some sort of leak that somebody said, oh, the timers are related to oxygen. Like, oh, you have to get out before the time goes out, or you're not gonna have enough oxygen, which I never understood, because the reason why Tau said he was inhabited is because it was like a super Earth. So I didn't really understand why the atmosphere would not be hospitable to to humans. Also, they're biomata, so I guess they need oxygen, or maybe the implication there that they were saying was that the UESC runner was not a biomata, which I don't really think is accurate or realistic. But I don't know. I don't know if the timers... Also, this is... I think that the timer may also have been an implement for the trailer, because the trailer kind of builds through the music and the visual representation on this kind of like, oh shit, oh, it's getting heavier, it's getting crazier, kind of build tension over this very condensed period of time. So I almost feel like visually, the timer may have just been a tool that allowed them to build tension within the trailer to kind of culminate in that moment, where Justice, heavy metal comes in. It's like, you kind of get that shot coming across after he got shot. I think that may have been it. I don't really foresee how the oxygen timer come into play, unless obviously they did something where they made a map kind of out in space on board one of the ships or something, which is something we've also heard about. And I believe Oops Leaks said something about that. Could be a thing. I don't know. Michael says, hot take. Marathon story progresses as players extract information from the terminals. That could be very cool. That's kind of like one of the things that they were talking about originally in the Vidoc, is this kind of player progression narrative across like a bunch of different people and worlds first and stuff. Yeah, I wonder how that comes to fruition in the game, or if that's something they're still continuing with. Hacking the terminals should give that lore bit for the whole squad. That would be really cool. Yeah, especially if I would also love, like, if that is the route that they go with, and you're going to be pulling this kind of lore stuff you can fall back on later and read through to gain a better understanding. I would love if you didn't have to extract with it. If you could grab it and die, but it's still, downloaded. You send it to the cloud a little bit. I think that would be kind of crucial for me to be able to get a lot of the lore. Who knows how many successful runs I'm actually gonna have? Maybe the 4 glassed it or did something to the atmosphere. Yeah, so Marathon 2, I believe the language that Durandal used, right, is that they turned it to bedrock, right? Is that, maybe Joku can correct me if he's still here, but I believe that might be the terminology that Durandal uses in Marathon 2 to describe what happened in October of 2794, 3 months after Durandal kind of left with the security officer. That could be the case. It could be the case that like it's entirely changed or shifted. But also based off what we saw from the trailer and even the new concept art images, it looks like they're not standing on, a glassed planet. It looks like they're not standing on like a kind of a mountain of rubble. It almost seems like a lot of the structures, especially in the trailer, are in a pretty good condition for basically being untouched for 100 years, aside from a siege. And then also having existed probably 20 years prior to that when the colony was first getting established. Or even for the whole player base. Okay, Michael's saying progress as players extract information from the terminals for the whole player base. Yeah, that would definitely be in line with the Vidoc stuff originally. I have a feeling lore won't need to be extracted like everything else in the game, is what Cry says, and that what you extract with, that's of most importance, are the artifacts. Yeah, okay, so going back to the Vidoc stuff, obviously the artifacts are kind of like the core thing, and they even talk about putting together a prime artifact, which is kind of, it seems to be that's like the premier loot that you want to get out with. And almost I feel like in the Vidoc they don't really talk about any other loot possibly, right? They don't talk about like items, or maybe they talk about weapons, or maybe I know in Bond's video he kind of broke down pulling some of the screens that appear on the computers in the background and kind of seeing some other like stuff and weapons designs and stuff like that. But yeah, I think that definitely could be. I think that it could be. Sorry, I'm lost my train of thought there for a second. Yeah, I think that the art. I think that the art that's only going to get worse as we get on. How many hours are we in? I think that could be a relevant factor to the artifacts, that they are kind of the relevant piece of loot you can grab. That's fair, but also glassing parts of a planet would definitely do a lot to the atmosphere. That's a very good point. Maybe what we're seeing, and we don't know how big the colony is, so we can draw some level of assumption about the size of the colony on the basis that it was a 20-year period, right? That we know that they got there in like 2773. And that they were attacked in 2794. So we could draw like an assumption and say, okay, well, they had 20 years to kind of grow and develop things, so potentially it's this size. But the truth is, we don't know to what extent they wanted to develop it. We don't know how many people they had. Did they want to, make sure it didn't get too big for their britches in terms of the size of the colony? But that's a good point, because with advanced technology, who knows? 20 years could be enough time to set up what we would consider today like a whole city. It could be a series of towns that exist along a continent. And so they could have glassed different sections. What would the artifacts be comparable to in other games? No, that's a good question. Other games, I think like if I was gonna compare it to like other extraction shooters on the market, I would probably look at Hunt, and I would say like when you get the what's a good term for this, Sato, the boss soul. I might be Soul's brain. I might be From Software brain. But you kill the boss and you kind of have this loot. It gives you a little bit of an ability, so you can kind of use it. And then also it's kind of the most valuable thing. That's the goal for you to extract with. The tried and true. Don't know. But yeah, I think that might be the closest thing. I think if you were to look at maybe some of the other, like if you look at like Forever Winter in terms of extraction shooter, I think the comparable thing would be like a quest item for loot, as opposed to like a utility item, or like water that keeps your base going, or a weapon that you can actually use, or something like that. Missed the question. Dodgy asked, what could the artifacts be comparable to in other games? And I was talking about how potentially the thing that they might be most comparable to would be the boss souls that you get from killing the bosses in Hunt. I was soul of a compiler, yeah. All right, Spidey says, do you think weapons will have a similar rarity system to Destiny, or at least early D1 where exotics were very rare and unique? I feel like you know, it's a PvP shooter where one of the primary things you're doing is picking up loot. So I think to have a effective replayable gameplay loop that draws people in, I almost feel like you need to have some level of difference between the items. Now, I guess like contrary to that, in games like Forever Winter, it's about resources because you're losing the weapons so fast. So like weapons that do more damage don't appear as much. So if you want like the AA-12, you're going to have to get one of these gacha boxes or get a bunch of money to buy it from one of the vendors. But I don't know. I feel like Bungie is so tied to maybe it's just because when I'm thinking about their design choices, very Destiny brained. But my assumption would be that it would be included, but I don't know. That's a good question. It could just be that maybe the best weapons are just more rare to find, but you lose weapons on every run, so maybe it's not necessary for like a purple shotgun to drop necessarily. Where are we at? What would Ludlith transmute the soul of a flappy boy into? Ludlith is the prince that is all kind of messed up and broken, right? Ludlith, the one who rides around on his brother's back. Maybe he would turn it into a wheelchair. What's up, guys? I'm back. Nomi, how's it going, dude? Thanks for coming by. Dodgy Bloke, would you consider launching All Right Energy as a real drink if your channel grows enough? Yes, absolutely. If you guys haven't seen Dodgy's submission for the 30th anniversary competition, it is an energy drink themed on Marathon in the channel, and it looks totally delicious and very good for your heart. Yes. So yeah, I would definitely be Lunchly X All Right Energy. Holy shit, Michael. Hold on. Let me get my wallet out, or let me get my phone out before I call Jeff Keighley. Let me call KSI. Okay. Shadow says in Tarkov it would probably be something like sellable items, tech, gold watches, etc. Their main purpose seems to be to sell, which is kind of close to the bounty in Hunt, but more available. Yeah, and I would agree with Shadow. And I think that the other thing here is that what they could do with the artifacts, depending on how important they are and how rare they are, we could see something like the Forever Winter. What if the artifacts are utilized to increase maybe your ability to synthesize things at whatever your base of operations is? I don't know. Maybe like maybe you can like give it to someone else, or maybe like it increases your reputation, like what it does in Forever Winter. I don't know. Entirely speculative. It could be like the water system. Maybe you need a certain number of them to power something. I don't know. Maybe we will also pick up attachments and augments for our weapons and runner as well. Yeah, that'd be sick. And customizability. Lunchly. Should we avoid the Lunchly collab? I've seen that there might be some moldy cheese, which honestly, given what Dodgy has put inside All Right Energy, might make might make our drink seem a little bit healthier. Want to eat mold? Eat Lunchly. Yeah, exactly. Nomi. LeMayo Sharky. Wait, what did Sharky say? Did I miss it? Talishar is laughing at Sharky. Okay. What role do you think AIs will play in the story? Friendly or maybe not so friendly? So I think like the ARG, the way that they introduced the AI in the ARG was very kind of I think it was one of the most direct things that they did. So they kind of give you a list of the 8 AI. They give you some shorter versions of their names, so you don't get like a full title for them. You just get like 2 letters and then some numbers afterwards. And then they even describe their personality types. If you go through the 8 of them, you can kind of read. In my video covering UESC, part of the ARG, I think I go through them, kind of speculate on that and break it all down. But you can kind of see based off what they're writing there that the concept from the ARG appears to be that they're each going to have their own unique personality types, and that they're going to be interacting with the colony in some way. I think being listed as colony AI. They even say what some of them do or what their job or role is in the colony. So my assumption would be that based off that information, we would encounter them in different parts of the map based off what their jobs are. For example, like if, the new game was taking place on board the Marathon during the time of the original games, we might have to talk to Durandal if we're trying to access a new area to get him to open some doors. If we're going through the labs and trying to get a research chemical for some reason, we might need to talk to Tycho. I could see it being something like that, which could be very cool. And definitely seems like what they are setting up from the ARG based off their explanation of how they kind of laid all of the AI out. Random. Mustard! Random, you missed it. We included your question here at the beginning, but you weren't here. But I believe Boundless said it was iconic that you weren't here, so good job. Okay, yeah, I could totally see another economy for them. Like artifacts and stalkers, strong passive buffs, but they sell really well, so you have to choose money or upgrades. It's a great point. Great point. Man, I gotta finish Stalker. So fun. Make this man finally try out Tarkov. Oh, I know I gotta do it. The artifacts / primes are the big objective from what we know. What do you think they actually achieve / are used for? Okay, so here's my assumption. I've talked about this in a video, so I won't bore the people who've seen me yap about this for so long already. Although I guess this is a marathon yap session. So, basically, my understanding of the artifacts and the thing that I tie it to most from the original games is an interview with Jason Jones from 1994, 1995, where he's talking about the epilogue to Pathways into Darkness. And the epilogue was included in a guidebook that came out after the game was released, but included a few paragraphs that talk about what happened after the end of the game, where you learn that Sergeant Eddings basically, because during the game you're going through the temple and you're picking up these crystals, and the crystals give you powers. One of them lets you speak to the dead. One of them, can shoot fire, or I think one of them can do ice, elemental type powers. But the crystals, I believe, are, if in the context they're being used here, potentially indicative of ancient alien technology that is being wielded by humans who don't fully understand how it works or what it does. Sorry, am I not answering the question? Hold on, wait. What gameplay style? Hold on, let me. I'm getting lost with the question. But basically, I think, okay, what do you think they actually achieve? I think that the artifacts, as they're presented now, they're talking about you got to get 3 to get a prime artifact. They could go the route of they give you an ability, super jump, or something in game, fire, some elemental power, right, which would make you more powerful, less likely to die. Or they're being used as the Yarrow tech was used potentially to create the Mjolnir Mark IV cyborgs and some sort of technological advancement, why the UESC wants them, or whoever sent them out. When did the Q&A start? 30 minutes ago. Take out the OF. Let's see here. If and hopefully when they expand beyond the base extraction mode, what gameplay styles and modes would you like to see? Interesting. Expansion of gameplay modes. I think the easy answer for me would be, I would love to see a narrative of something, a single player narrative. I would love to see them do the System Shock remake kind of thing. And just like I was talking about with Tree Llama earlier, just trying to kind of, I kind of picked his brain about if he would like to see something like that. I would like to see them go back and remake the originals, and make it so that kind of a wider audience would be interested in playing through them. I think that's a huge amount of work. I think that's a lot of work. Maybe even just doing the first one, or maybe whatever aspects of the story that they canonize with the new story, whether that's Marathon 1 or 2 or Infinity, maybe just going through and creating a version of the game that allows you to play through those events, in kind of a modern context. I would love for that to eventually potentially be a part of the new game, especially if they added in some stuff. Maybe some of the stuff that was talked about in terminals or hinted at could be revealed in cutscenes or cool ways if they went back and redid that. I think that could be really cool. I think it could also have the opportunity to piss off a lot of people because you're going back and touching something that people love. So what was stream? Oh, random. You're going to have to go back and see. I'd love to teach him Tarkov, but I know it's a bit of a commitment. think the Zeeg video setup, we're going to be close to Tarkov style economy, so I think it's a good idea. Yes, it is a good idea. I know I need to do it. I know. Heading out, have fun, don't die. Thank you, Boundless. Thank you so much for stopping by, dude. It was super fun. Thank you for competing in trivia. Let's see here. Nomi. Nomi's asking Michael a question. Why you have a cross key beside your name now? Does it mean that you're a mod? Yes, Michael is a mod. Just want to see a world's first race with PvP team wipes and big bosses. Would be super sick. Shocked myself. Why do we even need a mod for this wholesome community? Well, I don't know. I think we might. I'm just worried that at some point, I don't know why, but maybe if a bunch of people jump in here randomly, might get some chaos going on. I won't be able to keep up. Alex B just woke up. I am prepared for marathon. Hell yeah, dude. Okay. Sick. We got some good marathon coming up. Do you think there will be wipes like Tarkov or other extraction shooters? I don't know. I don't know. My gut instinct is I feel like part of the thing that appeals to me about a AAA extraction experience from a very major company backed by Sony Entertainment would be that we don't have to do things like wipes. I know some people, or what I've heard from some people who play Tarkov, who have told me that kind of like the wipes, and it gives them a reason to go back and build up the stuff, and that there's kind of like maybe an end game that isn't totally fleshed out because these games are in development or being worked on for large periods of time. I kind of like the idea that a complete wipe wouldn't be coming. We talk about like other extraction shooters. I know that's something that the Forever Winter dev team has touched on, is that they don't really want to do like a full wipe. Like maybe there's going to be stuff where they implement new things. You might lose some items, but that like experience for your character levels and like your inventory is probably going to stay consistent. So I like the idea that stuff is kind of consistently going to be there, and I feel like the wipes really are more so when they're kind of implementing changes so big that they kind of break the game as it originally was, right? I could be wrong though. Maybe I need some Tarkov experience. Maybe not to teach, but at least to demonstrate the basics, because after all, it's the most prominent representative of the genre. Exactly. Yeah, I agree. I gotta see some Tarkov. Don't make me time jump backwards to find out what the 30th anniversary stream is. Really, you need a mod to change the stream title for you. Should I? Too much work, do it yourself. Hunt prestige. Wipe. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, prestige. Gotcha. Yeah, that would be a better system to build, because I think it's important that we continue to build. We have. Play games like Rust. The whole fun of the game is the journey itself to build up loot. Marathon, if artifacts get powers or etc., might need occasional wipes. I don't know yet. Hate Tarkov wipes, though. Yeah, it would be very dependent. I think with a lot of things, it's like when people are talking about the hero shooter stuff, when people are talking about like very specific granular kind of gameplay stuff, I think it's so dependent around the design decisions that they've made along the way that we just are not privy to. Unfortunately, for us fans who are excited, we just don't have a lot of information. So I'm kind of just holding out judgment on any gameplay design decision until I know, more so what exactly things are going to look like. Firefight X COD zombies like mode. I would love a good survival mode. Okay, Alex B says, do you think that instead of medkits, the runners just have a box of biomata printing caterpillars to patch them up? Wow, I have not thought about carrying one. Like you in Death Stranding, when you eat the crypto biotes, right? You eat those for health. That would be very funny if you got to carry around one of the little worms and you put it on your face. That would be cool. Love that. Oh yeah, that question from Sharky was oh yeah, where do you live? I was gonna say I live on board the Marathon. All right, this is a question that I actually saw a while ago, and I even sent it to Sado because I was talking to Sado about it. But I just wanted to bring it up here because I know some of the comments in here are from stuff from a while ago that I wanted to address and have on record. It says, can anyone tell me what the end game goals and objectives look like in an extraction shooter? That I read that Escape from Tarkov sees the player drop off during the second half of the season because once your character's at max level, the sense of progression is lost and there's little work towards. Do any extraction games solve this problem? Now, I had sent it to Sado because I think that Sado would be. I would love to see a video where he gives insight on that as somebody who has like a lot of experience with these types of games. But for me personally, when I'm thinking about the extraction experience or the battle royale experience, or most like modern FPS that isn't super, or is very dynamic, maybe would be the way to put it. I think that the joy comes from the round itself. It's very, for me at least, based within the round. I think the twist on extraction shooter that makes it cool is that you get to benefit from that in a tangible way that will increase your ability to survive in the next rounds via the loot, the weapons, the upgrades that you get. And I think that's very neat, right? But I think that I like the idea that the goal, the meat of what you're doing is relegated to this experience that you're having right now. That it is something that's kind of, I'm using words that I just heard from Treeline, but it's ethereal. It's like this is a moment in time. Some of that's kind of a negative because it's not like the original games where you can go back and experience that moment whenever you want by playing through them. But I like that idea, taking part in something that's actively occurring. It's there and then it's gone. And for me, I think like the in game, it's become so knowledgeable and skilled at the game that you're able to kind of, engage in it consistently and getting better based off what you learn. I'm going to head off and get some editing done. Have fun, guys. Thank you so much for stopping by, Dodgy. Cannot wait to watch the video tomorrow, dude. Super pumped. Do you think, Random says, do you think that the thing hidden Xperia saw that made him soy boy when he saw it was a single player campaign? I do not. So I made a video about that a little bit ago. And my speculation was that he saw, I think I was talking about something about Durandal, that may have seen some relic artifact reference to Durandal. That was my guess, but I don't know. Because I was trying to think, I don't know what level. Here's my thing. I would love to have a conversation with Hidden Xperia and pick his brain about what he thinks about Marathon. I just don't know what his perspective is on it. I don't know how deep into like the nitty gritty of the lore you know what I mean? I just don't know if those things are relevant to him. I know he has really good videos that dive into that stuff and explain it. So I don't know if something that would excite him would be kind of like a more esoteric reference to some event that happened on Mars, or if it would be like, oh, and a character showing back up. I don't know. I think my speculation was Durandal, though, in that video. Maybe a mission. Yeah, something like that. Ooh, Spidey has a theory. Shoot, Spidey. I think it's the mushroom zombies that Jake has mentioned before, I believe. Hidden Xperia loves the Flood, said many times how much he misses it in Halo. So yeah, I think that the Flood is coming. Oh, I have a whole video about that if you guys want to hear about the Fungal 4, but that would be very cool. I mean, a big part of it is also, this is what Nomi says, also being better, winning fights, and extracting successfully. So even if you don't have the better loot to work toward, the core gameplay still exists. True. Seto says maybe it was some cool Marathon Flood zombies. Would be awesome. The zombies have mushrooms. The Hypno Shroom. Best kind. All right. Okay, this was a comment from one of my videos. I think he asked a question, though. I'm assuming that's why I added it. It's a fantastic video. Someone who's never played any of the Marathon entries before. This video alone has piqued my interest. Thanks. Consider doing a Destiny art style breakdown. Okay, this is something I want to talk about because Michael and I obviously are working on other videos together, coming up with other ideas, and I just wanted to put it out there that I'm very interested in other Bungie games, but I'm going to maintain the focus on Marathon. So anything that I do will probably be from the perspective of how it applies to Marathon, builds on Marathon, or is explicitly related to Bungie kind of in that way. But I will branch out in kind of more broad terms in terms of that stuff. But if we're talking about art style breakdowns, man, I would love, I feel like Michael might need to make a whole channel where he puts together stuff like that because his perspective on art and design is so fucking rad, and his ability to explain is great. How come there are no fat runners? Great question. Probably because they run all the time. That would be my answer. Could do a video on the history of the VidMaster. That's a great idea, Spidey. It's a great idea. Maybe I'll have to do that. That's a good idea. Okay, Cry from, which Cry might still be in here. Cry on the Discord said, do we know how much of the original trilogy is canon for the new Marathon? In a few sentences, no need to go super into detail. All right, just sit back. I just yap for the next 2 hours. So my perspective, obviously, I kind of feel like this is a little, because I think that the video that came out after you sent this might go pretty in depth and explain that. My belief now, based off everything from the ARG, okay, is that everything is canon up to kind of the start of Marathon 2. So I think that up through the point where you learn that the Tau Ceti was attacked 3 months later by the 4. I think all of that is canonized by the ARG. Obviously, it might take a little bit. I just realized how silly I probably look closing my eyes to think so hard about that. I think that there's events that obviously I talk about within the ARG videos, go at length on, but I think that that's where we stand. If you look at the end of Marathon 2, there's obviously stuff that gets retconned by Marathon Infinity that I don't think occurs. I don't think that Robert Blake and his men make it back to Seoul. I think if they did, we would hear about that. Obviously, the end of some of it even says that in the late 2800s, humanity and the Sphit are teaming up to defeat the Four in their home system. So I don't think any of that's there. So my assumption right now, based off the ARG stuff, is it's everything up to when you learn Marathon 2 about what happened to Tau Ceti afterwards. That's my guess. That is my guess. Yet. No fat runners yet. Yes, I'm yet to play, but I can get in there. I'll be the chunkiest runner there is. Go back and figure out what stream is. Good luck, random. Probably because the synthetic bodies are made by standard socially expected body index. Good point. Talshar, M2 kind of gets a race in Marathon Infinity, so that makes sense, yeah. Joku! We know Robert McLeese has helped with the new Marathon game to some extent, and we also know he is the one who drew the Zombie 4, and I would presume was the man behind it. Yes, yeah. Yeah, and there's a lot of stuff in like Halo kind of like Vidocs and stuff talking about his contribution, that the Flood were kind of like, he's like the man behind the Flood. I don't want to say, I think he created, I might be wrong, obviously, about that kind of background detail, but I believe there's a lot of stuff talking about the impact that he had on the Flood and the Flood design in a lot of Halo stuff. Okay, these are just questions that I saw in the community. I didn't want to like blow anyone up, but these are questions I saw from people like on videos I just want to touch base on. Are runners just battle roids from the original? No, and I've seen a few people talk about that. Battle roids are something separate. That also just like the destructive nature. Like battle roids are described as like getting onto the battlefield and killing nearly everyone. They're almost like nuclear kind of warheads. These are like weapons of mass destruction, whereas runners or biomata kind of seem like tools that a lot of people have access to. They're used for mining operations. They're used for mercenaries, but it's more so a body. And then the thing that makes the P series so dangerous is that it does seem to be kind of superhuman in some ways that maybe the standard runner models biomata are not. Christ says that makes a lot of sense. A bit sad that not everything from Marathon 2 would be canon. Marathon 2 is sick, in my opinion. Yeah, Marathon 2 and Marathon Infinity does a lot of really cool stuff with the Four's history that I would love to see them kind of bring in. I don't know, obviously, how big of an influence the Four are going to have in the next one, but I would love to see some of the history that we get Marathon 2 and Infinity about the Four kind of pop up in interesting ways, maybe explaining what they've been up to in the 100 years since the end of Marathon 1 or when Project Goliath starts in the late 2700s. Ram says, joke's on you. I was there to laugh at the meme. You forgot to update the layout titles and the schedule link is missing again. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, we're making it. We're going one step at a time here. Let me see if there's one more question. Nope, that's it. Okay. Whoop. Look at that. Beautiful. Oh, key. All right, let me fix this just in time for the Q&A stuff here. Let's go over here. Boop. Just in time for Q&A almost to be over. Michael has reminded me. Thank you. Now? Oh. Hey, and then up next, Joku. All right. Chatting with you. Excellent. Oh my gosh, is that like too far crazy? Here, hold on. Oop. Fit? It will fit. I can make it fit. All right. Bang. All right, now we're cooking, and I'll add that when we switch over to the next thing. So, Sorry, I just noticed. No worries at all. Oh. Instead of just, okay. Biomata seem more accessible to the common man within reason. They're probably tens of thousands of dollars at minimum, and Sekiguchi seem to kind of try to appeal to a wide-ish audience. Yeah. Very true. Instead of just military and government. Exactly. Yeah. To kind of introduce them into different markets. Because they have a bunch of different uses. Random dude told me he would put on his Jake mask and run the stream for you so you can go to bed. Thank you, Rand. That would be very useful. All right. And then I'm going to check over here. I think Michael may have given us another comment over here. Let's see. Maybe. Okay. First question. Can you take a short break, show some love for your close ones, or you're on your 30-hour duty? Good luck with the rest of the stream. Second question, assuming Durndal. Well, first question, yes, I did. I went and laid the babies down for bed. You see one of them got out of bed earlier. I don't know if you guys saw that. And they may have come down and come down at the start of this and gotten a hug. But yes, and also tomorrow during the morning, I'll probably do some of that while the net games are going. And then, let's see, the second question. Assuming Durandal shows up in the new game, what role do you think he could play? How would you personally place him in the concept of the game with the knowledge we have about about the new game? Great question, Michael. Excellent question. Okay, my thinking with Durandal, which I think I've talked about in some video, but how I would personally love to see Durandal reintroduced is as an almighty, all-powerful AI. I would love for the ending of Marathon Infinity to be canonized in some respect. That Durandal, in some capacity, is able to ascend to a level kind of beyond. Maybe some of the implications from the end of Marathon 2 and Marathon Infinity aren't fully achieved. Like I said, some of the stuff about Robert Blake coming back to Soul System, some of the stuff about you know, what happens to the security officer at the end. Maybe that's because I don't know how that stuff fits in. So there's obviously the stuff about the Sphit and the humans teaming up, take down the four. But I like the idea that he is able to somehow maybe combine with an ancient AI. I would like because they're talking about like seasonal stuff. It's live service, so kind of ever evolving narrative. My concept of how Durandal would reintegrate into the narrative would be him coming back as this kind of looming presence. Maybe not exactly like the Witness, but in Destiny, when a new alien race shows up, it's like, uh-oh, they got a bad guy trying to fuck shit up. I would like to see him come back like that. Maybe with some aliens we've never seen before, maybe with some sort of insane tech, and posing this kind of legitimate threat to humanity and everybody at Tau Ceti. And then my follow-up to that would be the reintroduction of Leela as this hyper-intelligent, rampant, but like true meta stability, rampant AI who's been able to live and exist for 100 years on this 15 world Valet FTL network, excuse me, and that she's become like super smart and has built like she's kind of like the answer, and so humanity has to like reach out to her and get a hold of her and bring her in to deal with Durandal and maybe trap him inside of some sort of box, right? I'm back. Beeble's back. What'd you miss? Oh, not much. We did some Q&A, answered some questions. Let's see. Random says, Biomata are the future with limitless possibility, and all they could come up with is Stealth Thief and White Rabbit, whatever that is. I'm sure there'll be more. Amazing at spelling. Yes, you are. You missed I don't think Beeble missed everything. It was close. Random White Rabbit seems to be a character rather than a random biomata, and we have a little context for what types of biomata we're getting outside of type A, B, C, and S. Yes, we have the P series. Yeah, White Rabbit, Brill, and Patch definitely seem like characters, especially the way that they're kind of talked about in the Traxxas chat logs to make it sound like they kind of have a reputation, God, please don't say that you took that comment seriously. No, I get it, Random. I've learned my lesson. I can't take anything you say seriously because then I'll look stupid. What does that even mean? I have a hard time telling sarcasm through the internet. Yeah, I feel you. All right, let me make sure. I'm gonna like show something crazy on here. Okay, cool. And then I think I missed one over here. Oh, onions. Onions in the Discord said, how do you think the modern Bungie devs got from the previous kind of dark and gritty aesthetic of the old Marathon games to the super clean F1 car aesthetic of the new upcoming game? Dude, I think a lot of the way that science fiction art and kind of like cyberpunk stuff was portrayed back in the 90s I feel like a lot of it was built around limitations. I think if you look at the art in like anime where they're not limited or constrained to certain things, kind of, you can draw whatever you want. I think things really did have this cool, slick aesthetic. But how do you make something have this cool, futuristic cleanness to it inside a video game where things are pixelated and textures are kind of, there's some disparity between what you're trying to actually show and what you can present. But I think that the kind of grittiness of it is something that they're going to try to pull over, while obviously also kind of maintaining that graphic realism that I think is a striking gameplay mechanic that is a lot more so built around like creating a functional game that's pleasing to the eye and easy to maneuver, which is something I talked about with Sado in the kind of podcast style video we did. Some of the kind of nuance there visually of creating something that is fun to play and engaging to look at while also being kind of artistically interesting and kind of realistically fitting to the setting. But I think over time, sci-fi, cyberpunk stuff has, and also like modern design has kind of drifted more towards these like very clean lines. So I think it's also an element of like the time period we're in and what's artistically pleasing that kind of help them like kind of go in that route. But I also think it falls in line with some of the things they were probably trying to portray in the original game that they were just limited to in terms of what they could actually show. Let's see here. Yap says, do you think Leela would have a soft and kind voice or one that is more subtly vindictive or something? Just for shits and giggles, I would love if Leela had what's the AI from Portal's voice? That would be the dream, right? But no, I think as she's gone rampant, it kind of had a little bit of edge to her. Very direct and kind, but a little bit of edge. Like she knows she's right? I think also they knew they were making an extraction shooter before a marathon game. True. That's a good way to put it. All right. GLaDOS. Yeah, exactly. GLaDOS. GLaDOS would be the best. That would be my favorite if they could iterate on that. All right. So the next up, sorry guys, quick transition here. I got to get this going. Boop. Is going to be a Joku. I'm just going to write, oh my God. Joku time. We're going to center that. So Michael doesn't have a toilet. No, he says, Skibbity. Skibbity Riz. Somebody get me that Fortnite skin. All right, guys. I'm going to get Joku on the line. I'm going to use the restroom. Back in a few minutes. Dude, live webcam. No, he broke my concentration. But we're going to get Joku popping up on here. We're going to talk to him. Always a pleasure to chat with him. We'll pick his brain about a little bit of marathon. And then we will be right back. She's Skibbity on my Riz till I got. All right. Thank you. All right, guys. I'll be right back. Just give me a few minutes and I'll get that set up with Joku. Hello, hello. Oh, can you hear me?
There you go. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Ah, perfect, guys. We are live with the one and only, the excellent, the hero, Joku. How are you doing?
Well, I'm no hero. I'm doing all right. I had some nose surgery like a week ago, so
Oh,
if I
damn,
sound
dude.
funny, or whatever, that's why.
I'm sorry to hear it. I hope the healing's going well. I feel like this is the worst time of year to heal with a nose thing with the weather, all the cold dryness.
Well, it worked out because I had like use or lose for the end of year, so
Oh, okay.
and then I used some sick leave too. So I had all this week off and I have next week off, so it worked out nice. I mean, I'm just staying home. I guess the heat from the dry air from the heater, right?
Yeah, making it a little rough. Well, I'm glad you got the
Yeah.
time off though. Instead of healing,
Yeah.
knows what kind of craziness gets up to with that. Well, I'm sorry to hear it.
Yeah. No, I'm doing well. It's long overdue.
Well, at least I guess we have 30 years of marathon to celebrate.
Yeah, let's do it.
How do you feel?
I can't believe you're doing a 30 anniversary stream for 30 hours. You're a legend, Jake.
Thank you, thank you. I feel like Bungie. We're setting the pace right now, Joku, for Bungie to step up to the place next year. So when we do the 31-hour stream, we're not relying on my shitty production skills. We need them to step in and take charge and do some of it, right?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see. What do you think? I mean, obviously, your channel. We've talked about this before, but your channel right now, especially, is pretty hyper focused on marathon. And obviously, the totality of it is kind of Bungie games, but now you're halfway through a very long series covering marathon stuff. I guess when you started making the marathon videos, when was that? That must have been 3 years ago. Is that right?
Oh,
Maybe longer than that.
it's probably a couple of years ago. I don't know. Like, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's been a while.
So you're kind of deep into the I guess the understanding that this is something that's going to be around to stay when you started, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I did videos for Myth, right? I probably would have never known about marathon if it wasn't for Myth, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know. I just got into it, and the story is really cool. So
Yeah.
it's cool. It's cool talking to like all these people that played it when they're a kid, and I'm just like coming in and fresh eyes and trying to get them excited about my video. I was like, "Who's this new guy making videos on our game?"
Yeah. Well,
That's what I felt like, anyways.
I feel like everyone's aware though. It's been around so long that everybody knows it's people are going to be coming and going. You get 30 years in, it's like you have people who are new, people
Yeah,
who
that's
are
true.
old, been through a few iterations. I know when I was just talking to the Tree Llama earlier on the stream about that, he was talking about how in the community there's been like a few iterations of people coming and going in different eras and stuff.
Yeah,
It's definitely cool to see.
yeah. So we did an interview a few weeks ago. So are you planning on asking me some more questions, or what?
I don't
What do you got?
I feel like I may have asked most of my questions for you, but I just kind of want to chat. I just kind of want to chat about
Oh,
some
okay.
marathon and see kind of, I guess, how you're feeling. I mean, what do you think? Do you think it's got 30 more years in it? What do you think the chat looks like 30 years from now? We're chatting about marathon still.
I think like once you get to like a certain point, where the original fans that played the game kind of like die off,
Yeah,
right?
that's such a crazy thing to say.
Which I mean, I don't I mean that with all respect. Like,
Yeah.
I think like it'll still exist to some capacity, especially if Bungie is still big. But I don't think it'll be the same because like it's like the memories that were shared originally aren't there. Are they're not alive anymore? I mean, there's new people creating memories, but I think it will diminish, right?
Yeah.
I think on my YouTube channel, I think like most people that watch are around like my age, right? Which kind of makes sense, like plus or minus 5 to 10 years, right? So I think a lot of Bungie fans are actually our age even now.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I think it's just the cultural impact of Halo is something pretty astounding. I feel like Destiny, to an extent, obviously has that same thing, but I feel like with Halo, it's like, man, the news is talking about the launch of Halo 3 and Halo 2, which isn't necessarily, obviously news media is different now, but I mean like morning, news on the television was talking about people lining up for the Halo games. So, which I don't know if that's something that exists kind of in kind of the modern gaming market.
Yeah, I mean, I think as long as Bungie stays big, there'll be new people going back and looking. Well, what games did Bungie make in the past? But you know, we've seen lots of video game development companies rise and fall, and so we'll see what happens with Bungie, in the future.
Yeah, the future is yet unwritten, but obviously a crazy
Yeah,
turbulent time for big video game
yeah,
companies.
yeah. They're still so talented right now that there's no reason they can't make another Smash title still. So
Is there anything that kind of like stands out to you? I know this is a question I had asked earlier. Is there anything that kind of stands out to you in terms of what you know about kind of the marathon community over the past 30 years? Is there any one story that kind of sticks out to you as something that's kind of just wild, or your favorite thing to come out of this whole weird group of marathon fans?
well, like I didn't like I was kind of saying I wasn't really part of the marathon community
Yeah.
until like a year before I started making my videos,
Hmm.
right? So because I did myth, and then I was like, well, what do I do next, right? And then people were like, do pathways into darkness, or I had comments on that and marathon, and so me being crazy, I just started with the first Bungie
Yeah.
game and was going in order.
uh,
so I did Operation Desert Storm. No, I have a video on Nope and
hmm
or Minotaur 11th Retreat. I just kind of getting the full history of Bungie, and I think that kind of helped with kind of seeing how they progressed and their games progressed. What things they borrowed from previous games. I mean, even in like look in the manual for Minotaur Labyrinth of Crete, and there's a sword called Durandal, right? So yeah, but like so as far as like the marathon community, I kind of came in late, so but I knew Hamish Sinclair before because he has pid.bungie.org, so
hmm
he's probably the first one I started talking to. So, but yeah, but
Probably.
like yeah, the people in there have been like so helpful. Like they're much more
Oh yeah.
like in the Myth Discord, people like don't talk about the lore and story nearly as much as they're mostly just playing like net games. Whereas in Marathon, there's people constantly talking about the story, right? Which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
It's a very unique culture, I guess.
Yeah, you're very right about that. I feel like the myth stuff is the multiplayer community is super strong, especially for it being such a niche title and kind of like a little bit more difficult to kind of get into, in terms of how
Mhm.
easy it is in a modern game to just hit the play button, hit install on Steam. So it is amazing that they've kind of held on to that. My favorite thing, this is my favorite thing to come out of your channel and I maybe this story is out there. I don't know. I feel like I looked for it on the story page and I couldn't see a reference to it. But in your interview with Doug Zartman, he tells the story about how Tom Cruise called Bungie asking for help with the level on
Mhm.
Marathon 2. I feel like that is the funniest thing.
Yeah.
This
Yeah,
is like
I got
such
it. I
weirdness.
asked him about it because I know it's on Amish Sinclair's or
Okay, it is
story
there.
page somewhere. It's on there somewhere. I don't remember where, but that's where I knew about it was from his story page. So
Talishar asked, "What level did he get stuck on?" I don't know if you remembered, but if I remember correctly from your interview
uh,
with him, Doug Zartman had said that like There was some level, and he didn't know the answer to how to beat it. It was some level of Marathon 2, and that he had to like call someone else who like had worked on the game and then get the answer for Tom.
I don't remember off the top of my head. It had to be Colony Ship, right? I'm just kidding.
I think. Well, didn't he say he may have said that it was in Marathon 2 because he was like filming Mission Impossible or something at the time.
I think you're right. I'm just
which I don't know where would you right. It should have been Colony Ship. If there's a place that you're gonna get stuck,
it would have been more meme worthy.
Yeah. Do you have like a favorite level? I guess maybe break it down by game would be easier for 1 and 2.
I think like the first time I played through the game, which was like probably a year or less than my first marathon video, right? So because I played the game for the first time, started studying the game to get ready to make lore. So I planned on doing these videos before I even played the game, right? So,
and it shows though. It shows you did.
It's Bungie video. So like I played through the game and then I started just taking notes, copying text from the story page and putting it in order and putting things together and digging in the lore, reading the terminals. I probably read through the terminals. Like I'd just be at work, waiting for lunch, and I'd have it on my phone, reading terminals, kind of just saturating my mind with them.
Dude, that's the only way you can do it. To let it actually sink in, that's what you got to do.
Yeah, but my favorite, I think when I went from Marathon 1 to Marathon 2, I felt like Marathon 1, I was like, I don't quite get why this game is so popular, right?
Yeah.
Why is it so much? Like the story it was good. But it didn't like really like draw me in until I got to Marathon 2. You know what I mean? And like Waterloo Water Park, and you got the images and the text in the in the terminals and stuff, and it just like looked way more polished, right? And I was like, that's cool. Then you get to Marathon Infinity in the first level. I don't remember how you say it, but that level is really cool. Like the environment is really, really cool.
Yeah.
So I think that like, I think they did a good job. Like I'm not saying they didn't do a good job in the first game, but I think like when you first boot up the game for the first time and play, Arrival, and you don't know anything about the game, you try to figure out the controls, it's easy to like miss the environment, right? Especially as a modern gamer, right? So, but I think like you started to really, once you playing through it, as you start to go, it starts to kind of creep on you, right? And you start to notice things, right?
Yeah.
So,
well, I feel like with Marathon 1, it's like, it's cool, but it's like its own specific vibe. Whereas the other two games feel much more consistent. Obviously, there's some like overlap in terms of like you're kind of experiencing similar levels and stuff. Like it's a similar time frame for 2 and Infinity, but almost, and this is what I was saying earlier, it's like, man, I feel like Marathon 2 is like an Indiana Jones style adventure. It's like you're going through space, you're on an alien planet, you got your AI buddy there, things are going crazy, there's like so many other elements going on, but Marathon 1 felt much more confined.
Yeah, like confined in what, in the story, the way the story goes. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, like the story, the story takes place over one day. It's like you're going down very narrow hallways. I feel like everything is just kind of much more condensed, Whereas in Marathon 2, there's like a pretty big time jumps over certain parts, and
so I think like, yeah, like the feel of the games are very different because Marathon 1 is very much, the feel is very much like you're kind of learning about this Mars, this revolutions, this tension between the USG and the people on Mars, and the Mida and them bringing cyborgs on the Marathon, and this thing with Rampsey and Bernard Strauss. There's just all these plots and stuff, and you're kind of in the mix, and you're kind of like, well, what really happened? What's going on? But and it kind of has like a fun, upbeat atmosphere, but at other times kind of like a darker atmosphere. It kind of goes between the two, but it always has that kind of like mystery and like tension. Like it's kind of like reminds me of Dune in that regard, where like there's plots within plots, right?
Yes. Yeah.
But then you get to Marathon 2, it's more upbeat and focused on Durandal,
Yeah.
because they kind of took Durandal to the next level, and it's kind of like almost like goofy, you know what I mean? Goofy, just mindless killing fun. And
You have a sky over your head now.
I wouldn't say that's like the whole game, but that's like kind of like a big vibe of the game, right? And then this fit, but then Marathon, and then they have some really like crazy levels in Marathon 2 also, with like on the 4. But then Marathon Infinity kind of like goes back to Marathon 1 and the like creepy side a little bit more, but they just take, also they do the goofy stuff to the next level, with the Randall, and then they add in like another element, Tycho. So I feel like Marathon Infinity is like just cool how it like combines like a bunch of different atmosphere and jumps between them, right?
Yeah.
I think it makes the game like very interesting,
Yeah, you're right. They definitely lean into we're going to different like kind of either timelines or realities or whatever it is, so we can really kind of mix it up.
Yeah, I think it's easy to miss what's going on in Marathon Infinity though.
Yes.
Marathon 2, I think it's easier to follow. I think Marathon 1, I think it's a little bit harder to follow. I think Marathon 2 is probably the most straightforward, right? Because Marathon 1, they don't really tell you you're a cyborg, right? They don't really explain the conflicts, right? They kind of like let you figure it out. So I think like Marathon 1 is kind of fun in that regard, but Marathon 2 kind of like confirms some of like our suspicions, right?
Yeah. You're right. It's a much more kind of direct thing. And Durandal, I feel like there's less kind of conniving stuff because you're kind of alone out there in a sense. It's like, it's really like, it feels like in sometimes like it's you and him. I guess obviously, he fakes his death kind of thing goes on, but like for a big portion of the story, it's like, it seems like you're pretty direct in terms of like what you're doing, and you have a better understanding of his goal, which is kind of almost entirely, hide my hand kind of thing in the first game.
Yeah. I'm getting excited to really dig in and understand, because like people are like, well, Marathon 2 was just retcon, and I'm really excited to like kind of dig into that more on a deeper level to really understand like what in Marathon Infinity, what's the significance of how Marathon 2 ended and everything,
Yeah.
I'm kind of excited for that.
Do you have an idea in terms of like your approach to Marathon Infinity? Because I feel like some of it is going to be so hard to just put together.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of doing it chronologically. Like, I have a lot of notes and I had thoughts, and some of them I forget. And so, like, I feel every video I have to like go back, and it takes quite a while to write my script sometimes, because I have to go back and think about things and like try to like I pretty much go line by line in the terminals while I'm writing my script, and like see if there's anything here like I feel like I try to explain, and then I try to like look up other terminals or other things I said, or notes I just copy and paste in there, read what people are saying on the story page, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of the stuff on this, I pretty much already read everything on the story page, but I kind of like took the snippets and put it in the level where it kind of first becomes prevalent, right? Or the levels that it applies to.
Yeah,
so that way I have a mess. So I have like a mess of notes for each level, and then I go through it and organize it into something like, well, I pretty much like write it, but then I kind of take what there has and see if I covered what the other mess of notes. I don't know. It's an organized chaos.
And one of my like favorite parts about your videos is exactly what you're talking about, where you kind of brain in the kind of background information about like who was working on this level and like what were their thoughts. A lot of that stuff that's entirely kind of divorced from the gameplay experience and stuff, but builds out your understanding of kind of why it came to be the way that it was. Is there anything that they like left out from the games, or something that wasn't put in that you think they should have, or that you would have loved to see come to fruition, since obviously you kind of have this extensive background of everything that kind of went into a lot of making the game side of things? Or do you think they
Well, I mean,
basically got it did right?
there's obviously the zombie fort, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of like, is there anything else? I mean, I noticed like I've been doing marathon too. I noticed that they changed a lot from the original design notes, but I think the story is mostly the same. It's just the order is a little different, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but I might get a better grasp on that later, right?
Yeah, as you kind of come through, finishing
Yeah,
the infinity
yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
Do you have like a level that like you're not looking forward to playing at this point?
No.
No. Okay. So you're hyped for
Okay.
all of them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like even the hard levels, once you kind of like get a strategy, it's and play it a bunch of times, it's really it becomes kind of trivial. Like, I
Yeah.
mean, like Agni Station is hard, right? For example, but I have a feeling that's not going to be one of the harder levels for me to like learn or figure out because once I know exactly where to go and how long it takes things, stuff, it might be a little bit hard like while I'm talking, but like I'm feeling it's not going to be that bad, right?
Yeah. It'll kind of.
If that makes sense. Like
Yeah.
it is for someone who doesn't know where they're going, is new to the game. But when I first play the level, I'm gonna have trouble with it. But by the time I get ready for the video, it I probably will only have to play it a few times. I mean, a lot of these levels, even right now, I'm really only playing them a couple times before I record, right? Because it's like I don't know,
Yeah.
need
Some
a
of
couple
it's
more
pretty
times.
straightforward.
Yeah, yeah. But they're starting to add more and more enemies. Definitely ups the Anthem by the end of the game. I remember when I first, have the double shotguns, right? And you get on the 4 ship. I remember the first time I played the game, I was like, how in the world am I supposed to kill all these enemies? Because it's like that level where the troopers kind of like keep coming almost.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then
Uh-huh.
and then I kind of like I died probably several times until I figured it out. And you know what? The double shotguns are ridiculously strong.
Yeah.
And then I was like, "Oh, this isn't as bad anymore."
Dude, the animation too is so satisfying when you're double swinging them. Boom, boom,
They were
boom.
watching Terminator, I
Yep.
guarantee. It's kind of like when you play Myth and you see the Berserkers, like they were watching um Braveheart.
Oh yeah.
You know they were. You know it.
It is cool. It is cool. Also, like some of the influences that kind of come through are pretty strong. It's cool to see that. I feel like maybe that's something in modern game design they try to hide a little bit more, or maybe like run away from kind of directly referencing things. But I like the idea
Mhm.
that Bungie, especially in their classic games, did lean on like a lot of historical references and stuff that is very kind of like directly transferring over to what they're trying to say about the character or the concept or whatever it is. Where
Mhm.
now but people might like perceive that kind of directness maybe as something that would be critiqued in a narrative sense. But I don't know. I like people just saying it. I like people kind of saying what they mean and doing cool stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you have like a favorite enemy or maybe an enemy you despise, hate dealing with?
Oh, I think like having to fight things underwater is annoying.
Yeah.
If you don't really have a underwater weapon you can use. And like so like when I'm playing my videos, like when I fought the Flicto, right? It's like, I could stand here and try to stun lock and punch them, but I kind of just don't really want to bore the viewers.
Yeah. Yeah. You gotta
It's
just
kind of
dodge
like
these guys.
it's kind of like the first marathon game, but the first time you fight this fit before you have a good weapon, it's like, I could go run up to them and punch them and stun lock them, but is that really fun to watch?
Wait, you're saying
So
you
like
left them? You let them get into the computers?
so last time I pull up my assault rifle and start shooting grenades and shooting them because
Yeah.
I'm like, it's not worth the people waiting. We want to have fun. We want to see things blow up, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. I was just saying when I was playing Marathon earlier, I was like, man, that the splash sound of the grenade going off and turning everyone into puddles is so satisfying.
Yes.
Absolutely a great moment. Yeah, the Flicta as a whole. You know, something interesting. I think you may have talked about this in your video, on the first one where you fight the Flicta in Marathon 2, about how on the cover or the backside of the box for Marathon 2 showed the player holding the fusion pistol, the Zeus class or fusion pistol underwater, and they're fighting Flicta, which I think is very a kind of funny. I don't know, funny thing to put out there, right? That
Yeah, that was on
yourself.
Ex Cathedra, I think. Yeah,
Oh,
so
okay,
I
yeah.
think I was talking to Doug's argument because I was trying to see if he remembered if he could shoot the fusion gun underwater since he made that level. I don't think I think his memory is way too fuzzy, but he definitely remembers like changing the level because you know them changing the game engine on him.
Yeah.
And some of the original design is still in there. It's kind, I think I mentioned in my video, but you should definitely play that level and don't swim at all, and just see how you can like jump from platform to platform. It's kind of like eye opening.
Oh, it's
I mean, it
totally
really
not
is.
designed for that
It took no like it
account.
is designed for it. It's not designed for the grotto section is not designed with swimming in mind.
Yeah.
That's what that's what I mean. Maybe that's what you meant.
Yeah. Yeah, that's do you think that like the some of the kind of liquid stuff was forced a little bit? I do remember like it is cool the Marathon Infinity level. Wish I could remember the name, but where like you have to go, you have to like collect a bunch of chips, and then you go down to the bottom of this long tube, and kind of the lava rises, and you have to escape. Like that's cool. Like I remember thinking like, okay, that's fun. That's like a fun idea. But I feel like the other levels with the dynamic water felt a little forced. I guess there's that one in Marathon 2 where there's like the dam kind of things that you open. Do you know what I'm talking about? It's pretty early on, I think.
Yeah. I mean, Waterloo Water Park. Maybe you're thinking that one. I don't know, but like, there's like the switch to raise and lower the water and Waterloo Water Park. They wanted to show off their new mechanic right away,
Yeah.
right? It's kind of like front stage. It's kind of like in Myth: The Fallen Lords, or no, I'm sorry, Myth 2 Soul Blighter on Willow Creek, where they have the windmill with the turning blade at the very first level. Like they're like, we figured out how to do this. We want to show it off in the first level, and it's funny because in the level, you have the windmill with the turning, moving, and then also in the cutscene, you see the windmill too for the level. Anyways, so I think they swimming was a huge mechanic. I have a feeling that they wanted to show it off, and they wanted it to be a big part of their new game. And I feel like in the 90s or maybe early 2000s, I mean, I don't know exactly what years. I think that was a trend in a lot of games.
Show
I
off
think
like the tech that they put together.
yeah, I mean, if you play a lot of old games, I feel like there's a bunch of games where they have way too much swimming. And it's like not very, and it's not done very well. And like in every game, it's a slot. It's like really annoying, right?
Yeah, you get the Mario underwater levels.
I mean, people remember that. I mean, there's some games that it wasn't that bad, but yeah. But
Yeah.
I think on the most part, Marathon 2 is not too bad, but that's definitely a flaw. One of the flaws of the game.
I guess if you had if you were kind of back
well, anyways.
Yeah, if you like were in Bungie, right? You could go back in time and you're working for Bungie. What would you change about Marathon? Is there any like kind of stuff that you would be like, all right, guys, we're not doing this. This is gonna be my touch, my contribution. Is there anything you would change?
I mean, yeah, the swimming, like we were just talking about.
Yeah.
Let's see what else. I'm trying to. You kind of. I don't know if I have any great ideas right off the bat. I'm sure I could think of some. Yeah, but
Talishar said, yeah, Half-Life 2 is basically just a big tech demo for physics. Yeah, well, I feel like that was a thing, but I feel like it was kind of like with Marathon. We're introducing this kind of like vertical aiming and some of the stuff that they were doing with like the polygon counts on the maps and stuff. It really is like there was so much cutting edge stuff happening on the technology side that I feel like that was a big deal for your game to succeed, almost to kind of introduce something that was unique or not possible in another game or another engine or something. kind of relevant almost to the success.
Hmm. Yeah, I was just thinking about how, in Halo 2, right? It originally was going to be, using the new shading technology that they saw in like Doom 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
But, and if you look at the game, it looks kind of bland because you can tell because they were trying to do that in Halo 3, but the Xbox just couldn't run it. So I don't know. That's completely not really what you're talking about, but
Yeah, the
but
trying to
just
force
right,
it, you know.
but just like what you were talking about, like what they change. I don't know. For some reason, that's just what popped in my head.
Is that the plan? Is the plan? Maybe I asked you this before, but is the plan to kind of continue on after the end of the marathon videos? Keep going down the line.
Well. So before the new marathon game came out, my plan was to go through marathon and then Oni,
Mm-hmm.
and then maybe Halo. I feel like Oni will be a quicker one for me. Right. I have not played Oni. Right.
There's a
But I
lot
think
to it.
like
It's definitely hard. I feel like that's going to be the worst. That would be the worst they're trying to get through. Is like, damn, this shit's so hard.
yeah, I mean, I'm sure it will be the first time. Once you kind of, I don't know. We'll see. I don't know what to expect really. I shouldn't speculate too much. I think with Halo, the thing that's going to be hard about Halo, if I do Halo, and is there's like 20 books, there's TV shows, there's all kinds of like random pieces of other media too, right? And I just feel like I don't know. I feel like it kind of like the Halo universe is awesome, but at the same time, I feel like having all these different media platforms also kind of detracts from the lore of the game,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because it kind of like contaminates it. And it's gonna be like really hard to like make a video series when there's a bunch of books, right? And I think I could do it. It'd be different than how I'm doing marathon, sure, right? So
Well, and it's
I
like,
it's just
what do you include? Do you include what was canon when the games came out? Do you include like what was changed later on? Like, do you just cover that all per video? I don't know.
yeah. I think it would take a lot. I think the one thing though about Halo, like Combat Evolved, like there's so many chapters, right? Like if I do video per chapter, the video might be a little longer, but the series would probably go a lot faster. But the amount of talking to like talk about, well, this book says this, that says that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I just do the Bungie games, so that'd be through Halo Reach,
Mm-hmm.
ODST, and ODST, right? I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I really don't know. It was kind of cool doing Mythry though, and talking to Scott Campbell and how he,
Oh yeah, I remember you
how he
telling
did
me
that
about that.
game. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems like a tough spot to be in. An interesting time.
I mean, he was very excited to make the game, so I think he had a blast making it.
Yeah, it is interesting. I feel like especially hearing about the myth stuff from you, and then obviously just my understanding of like the Oni stuff, and just funny because it's like I don't know. I feel like the outside perspective of things are somewhat, I don't want to say like simple, but it's like, they were a small group of people making video games, and then they got more popular and they made bigger video games. But I feel like just the behind the scenes shit behind these I mean, most like major video game companies is like so insane, like how things come together, and licensing rights and everything like just goes incredibly complex in terms of when you like zoom out and see how everything came together in the end.
Yeah, tell Charlotte when are we getting the Ling Ling video? we need Ling Ling in depth.
What is lean lean? I'm gonna have to.
That's that like dog's head
Oh,
joke.
okay. Well, I'm
There's
gonna
quite
leave
a
it for
there's like
Joku.
quite a few ones like that. So
Quick people, I'm recently. If you were remaking marathon, right? What would your focus be? Here's my question. This is what I was saying earlier. You know what I think they should do? I think they should remake the original marathon games, but I don't think they should make it as 3 games. I think maybe they should just condense it. What do you think about that? Just kind of like condense it into, like, maybe take like all the best sections, kind of turn it into one thing. That's kind of like a cohesive kind of storyline through. Or would that lose too much? Would that not be faithful enough?
Why would you? I mean, I feel like the game like is relatively short. Like, I'm not sure why you would need to do that. I guess
separate it out.
Yeah,
no,
I feel like yeah.
I just feel like people are I don't know. I feel like almost. I feel like people want to play it, but I feel like there's walls in between, like the way it looks, or like earlier, it's not available on Steam. I have to.
I think what they could do. I think what they could do is just take the game, leave it boxy, give it nice new textures, right? Maybe with new physics from the new game. You know what I mean? Kind of have that art style match the new game, right?
Okay, yeah.
And then leave the levels pretty much the same as they are now.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they don't play exactly the same way because the physics changed a little bit, but close enough, right? I think that'd be cool. Like, like this is the new marathon game. This is how we're saying the graphics would look if the game was made today, because they're trying to figure out how to make the game look good today, and so that's how they came up with the new art style. I think, right? I'm sure they spent a lot of time figuring that out, right? And so I think it'd be cool to be like, well, what if we played the old games in that art style, right?
Yeah.
I think, what if like we have all these cool guns in the game, but what if we just remade the old guns so you could play in the classic one? You can't really necessarily play it in the new game, but you could play the classics in the old with the old guns, but with a new fresh of paint and style. Like, I think that would be cool.
That's how we finally get to see the most peak version of the double shotties.
I mean, I think they should just put it. I think it'd be really cool if they released the new game and then had under extras, like Marathon 1, Marathon 2, Marathon 3. Like, you just can go from the main, boot up the game, go from the main menu and start playing the classic marathon games.
That would be sick.
Or you could go play live, or you could play the live service one. I mean, how many people would like go back and start playing it just because they're like, what's this?
Yeah, right. No, yeah, that'd be awesome. It almost seems like, man, they have the the ALF1 ports. Maybe just throw them in there as is, not even upgraded. Then again, I don't know. Maybe that wouldn't come across with a controller. I know there's someone, the Boundless, I think, in the chat, plays exclusively with a controller, but I don't know if the feel there is crazy.
I can't stand. With FPS, I always play with mouse keyboard. I don't like playing with controllers.
Yeah. Well, dude.
Maybe.
Crazy. This thing's been around for 30 years.
Yeah, I mean, it's still just as good as it was.
I know.
Still right? Fun. Still fun to talk about. It's still fun to dissect.
Hopefully.
Now, when I finally finish my videos, anybody to dive super deep in the lore, that's just they'll have to take 70, 80, 90 hours
to
watch all my videos.
Well, are you gonna do like a condensed retelling of it, you think, or you think you'll just leave it in the long form?
I mean, I could, but like I don't know if I really need to, because it's been done like 10 times
right.
already.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
It's like, I mean, I'm sure I could I'm sure I can make it a more lore accurate video with the deeper understanding, but I don't think I can necessarily make it better than other people, if that makes sense.
No, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I still think, I said this when we were talking we did the kind of like podcast style video, but I still think I would love just at the end if you just uploaded one 70-hour video. And it was just, you watch one video, 70-hour YouTube video that has everything.
They should just put my YouTube videos in the new marathon game. That's what they should do.
Yeah, put them on the terminals you find. Yeah, ancient relic of a bygone time.
that people would get too bored. I think there's like a certain niche, of people that enjoy my videos. I think more casual gamers would be like, whatever, this is too much.
This is too much.
Because I did like a poll on my channel, right? How many people have you watched the Myth series in depth? I was like, and I asked like, not at all, a couple videos, some of it, all of it, most of it, all of it, and like it was either like they watched a couple or they watched all of it. It was like nothing in between. And I was surprised how many people like on my channel actually watched all of it. It kind of like made me realize, like actually like a lot of the subscribers that are following me, they actually watch like everything. And then like there's people that like come back and like time to watch the Myth series of death. I'll get like a comment, time to watch this thing again and binge this whole series again. And I'm like, man, power to you, man. It's like, that's so cool.
They're comfortable. They're good. They're like comfort food. Throw on in the background, like, oh, just some cozy lore going on. Some great explanation, some depth.
I feel like the gameplay is easy to put in the background. I feel like a lot of them I go through the lore so fast and so like direct. It's like I feel like it'd be hard to watch in the background, but I don't know.
Yeah, maybe not
people,
retaining
maybe
it.
maybe some people can do it. I don't know. If you guys can do it, power to you. Maybe you are guys. Maybe you guys are doing it like that. I don't know. I mean, I think some people with like at their jobs, right, where they have a job that's kind of like not necessarily they can focus on someone's voice. I think people like that kind of listen to it while they're at work.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, kind of like a podcast kind of thing. Because you explained it really
Marathon,
well.
the Joku collection.
Yeah. All right, dude. Well, I'm about to get ready, get everything set up to watch Aperture Grills do this speedrun, Marathon 1 speedrun. Thank you so much for coming on. Thank you for everything you've contributed to the marathon community. Honestly, like I said, my favorite marathon YouTuber. I feel like obviously everyone's better with you being here, providing us some excellent, understanding, some good stuff to watch. So thank you.
Thank you. I hope people enjoy this.
Absolutely. All right, dude. I'll talk to you later.
Enjoy the rest of your 30 hours. How many hours are you in now? How many hours?
Oh my gosh, that's a great question. Let me think. I'm about to be 8 hours in. Is that right? Yeah, about 8 hours.
You need like a timer.
I know. Michael was just talking about that. We've had a few people say, I think we might try to get it. You're so right, though.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll catch you later.
I'll see you later, dude. Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, bye.
Awesome. Great, dude. All right, we're going to switch over to the up next. I'm going to get everything set up with Aperture Grills for a marathon speed run. Super pumped. All right. All right. Face cam, jump scare. 3, 2, 1. Bang. We're rocking. All right. All right. Okay, so we got Aperture Girl supposed to come up. I'm gonna try calling him right now. I sent him a message. He's not online right now. But he is on the other side of the world from me, a different time zone. So we're gonna try to give him a call here and see if we can get a hold of him. Careful, because I think the timer refreshes every time the scene is loaded. No, okay, it should be good, right? I think it's 2 minutes slow though, because every time I put it in, it does not do that. Every time. Sorry, I'm looking at this thing now. But yeah, every time I put it in, it would be back to when I first started. But I think we're 2 minutes off. I think generally it's pretty close. Aperture doesn't show up. That means Jake has to speedrun. Oh no. I saw TVCR was just in here, but I think he said he had to mute the stream and say, oh, maybe we need a ringer. TVCR, we need you to come in and represent. That's okay. I have some stuff like kind of need to port the Half-Life movement to ALF1, like how they ported the Half-Life movement need to Speed 2. That's funny. Now that you're here, Jake, I'm going to bed now. Good night. See y'all later. Thank you, Nomi, so much for hanging out, dude. I know this is kind of a huge stream, and it's always a pleasure having you in the chat. I really appreciate it. We'd run the big house on Total Carnage for you over and over. Okay, hey, we might need that. Good night, Nomio. All right. Let me send one more message. All right, and we'll just keep that. I'll check that every so often. See if our hero pops up for us. Hopefully it keeps coming. I spoke to him early today to confirm it, so I'm pretty sure he's aware. Might just be a little bit of time difference fiasco. All right. So let's okay. I have a bunch of other stuff to go over, to do the kind of the lore review stuff, go over some of the interesting tidbits that I've liked so far. So we can keep going over that. And then hopefully he'll jump in here pretty soon and we can just get it rocking. And then harass Jake with more esoteric marathon trivia. Okay, yeah, we can do that. Hopefully he jumps in though. He's offline though too, which is saying, oh no, I hope you remembered. I talked to him a few hours ago. Let's see. I talked to him like 10 hours ago my time. So I know he's aware. I touched base with him beforehand, but we'll see. All right, guys, I'm nodding off. I'm going to head to bed. Thank you so much for hanging out, Rage. I really appreciate it. If you're around tomorrow, I'd love to see you. Have a good night. I lost in Kahoot and screwed the honor of the Order of the Blue Fork. How unfortunate. I don't think you did. I think anybody competing in the trivia, everyone competing in the trivia did amazing. Truly impressed. I feel like the questions were pretty good. Like they're pretty you got to know. It's pretty difficult to guess most of them. I was surprised with the spelling of the 4. I feel like even in the Marathon Discord or our Discord, if someone spells 4, it's a 50-50 whether they're going to get it right. Solid range. Thank you. Little Snickers bar to keep me going. All right. They'll be giving out blue forks at the official 30th anniversary marathon buffet. Sure hope so. I hope they're serving some Chakasan. The trivia already happened? It did, random. Yeah, we did the trivia at 8. I don't know if there's a way to upload the Kahoot or make it public or something. Maybe in case people want to mess around and do it. It's pretty fun, silly. Some easy ones, some insane sicko ones, yeah. It wouldn't be fair. Jake, what is your favorite Little Debbie snack? Oh my god. I think Little Debbie's. Is Twinkie Little Debbie's? I feel like that's such a generic answer. I think along that same Jake's already got one framed. Oh yeah, wait, have some of the people probably haven't seen the car. Hold on. Wait till I'm at the mic. Odin Carr, friend of mine, friend of this channel, friend of the stream, friend in real life, gave me this lovely Christmas present in honor of the Blue Fork cult here. We have here, I don't know if this is going to come on camera. Oh, a Blue Fork all lit up to go on the mantle, a shadow box of blue forking. And that is from Odin Carr. He's in the chat a lot. I'm pretty sure that's the official one. That's the one from the helmet. So, but he got that from Bungie. So, favorite Little Debbie's snack? Oh, Twinkies is Hostess. All right, random. Let me give you a real answer here. What about oatmeal cream pie? Is that? Little Caesars is the first thing. Little Debbie, not the first one. Okay, Little Debbie's. Oh my god. Not here. Oh, okay, yeah, oatmeal cream pie. Although a hard number 2 would probably be the strawberry shortcake rolls. All of these are so bad for your heart, though. so terrible to eat those packaged pastries. So I think I should probably avoid them. But yeah, oatmeal cream pies are bomb. Oh, and last before I go, Jake, you need to Google for Berliner, but not German dessert, and rate it just from looks. All right. Hopefully this isn't gonna kind of pull up something crazy. Berliner, but the German dessert. Okay, I'm just gonna type in German dessert. Okay, here we go. This is a jelly donut. The classic German donut. I've had this. Honey buns, great answer. Great answer. Berliners are so good. So wait, it's like a donut filled with raspberry cream. And I'm salivating. That is a Blue Fork, yes. Berliners are so good. Okay. Oh, Star Crunch is a great answer. That's a great answer. Tijuana Mamas? Brandon, what are we talking about here? Okay. This is the other component of my streams. Oh my god, we're on keyboard again. Tijuana Mamas. Whoa. Oh, okay. This is a whole different kind of gas station food. A Tijuana Mama corn dog. I don't know that I've ever had a Tijuana Mama. I've definitely had something similar. I've definitely had something similar, but I don't know if it's are they spicy? It's a pickled sausage. Okay, that kind of sounds great right now. This is now a food stream, yeah. Slowly but surely we'll drift over into the desserts. Damn, I still haven't had a Aqua's ice cream. I know I'm craving it now. Why is there not a dessert section on the stream? Do we need to add that to the schedule? Dessert rankings. Security officer's favorite desserts. Which level of marathon would you want to eat the most? I don't know. It's gonna definitely be gonna have to definitely come from Marathon Infinity because you're gonna get the most the most exquisite textures from Infinity. Maybe what's the level where all the bobs are kind of like teaming up against you and you're invading their compound? Maybe that one. That seems crunchy and delicious. Looks hella good, yeah. Okay, I think that the Berliner looks great. It just looks like a jelly-filled donut to me as a dumb American, but it looks fantastic. Fudge rounds, oh my god, it's another goat. A bag of granola right now. I'd say, look, I got a few little Got a few little candies here, keeping me going. Bungie food was Bungie official branded food. Slurp. Kind of, but the dough is about different from donuts. And also in Germany, donuts are donuts when they have a hole in the middle. Oh, okay. We do not differentiate, right? We just do filled donuts versus donuts with holes. I don't know. They call them all donuts. Donuts. Waiting for Aperture, you should interview Sharky about he constantly whips ass in net games. I know Sharky was saying earlier that he would kick ass. He's not going to be able to make it tomorrow morning, but I think he said he might be at the one in the afternoon. Maxibons and Choco Tacos. Oh my god! Thank you for reminding me about the Maxibons. Fuck you for reminding me about the Choco Tacos, though. I'm about to ruin your night if you don't keep up with dessert items and how they're stocked in the U.S. But Choco Tacos are gone, dead and gone, no longer a thing. Choco Tacos, unfortunately, no longer made. Such a bummer. And who was it? I think it was Random who may have told me that on stream too. Thought process when shooting me in the face with a rocket launcher. Is that a good question? I hope I'm not boring you guys with my interview questions. I'm just glad. I really want, like my thought process with all the people that are coming on the stream. I just want to give people the opportunity and kind of, a more formal, not like this is formal, but like something that's planned and put together. People who've had like a pretty big impact on the community, an opportunity to kind of like say something so it's ingrained. Obviously, we're a very little part in terms of the whole marathon community. But I want to try to preserve as much as we can in an interesting format. So, like I said, when people are doing the 60 years of marathon video, they can come back and look at my stupid face talking about the game. I did have imported Chinese Ultraman branded turkey flavored Cheetos. That is the most absurd. That's the most absurd snack I've ever heard of. Congratulations. I would love to try that. Turkey flavored Cheetos. Crazy. Take a bite out of poor Yorick. It's funny. That's the other one I was thinking about. Absolutely goated level. That would probably taste pretty peppery. Man, the speedrun strap for poor Yorick, though, as a lot of us know, is I've been stuck on. We've spent many an hour there. Ultra famous cosmic brownies are controversial. What do you guys think? They're not controversial. Everyone loves a cosmic brownie. Hard little shits on the top, taste delicious. Evening events is mine. Sharky's gonna come sweep, it seems. Google Tijuana Mama and Bungie. That seems like a dangerous. Oh, my phone's like going crazy. It's like, what do you want me to do? You should have asked Joku how many team wipes he could get in one run of New Marathon. Small part, but it's a cool part. Exactly. Quick question. Dodgy says, I forgot. Am I jumping on after you watch the video? Otherwise, I'm a head straight to bed. If you want to 30-hour editing session, Marathon's 30th birthday. God damn. If you want to the answer is 0. I'm not going to be good. That's fine. Dodgy, if you want to jump on right now, we can do that right now. I'm waiting for Aperture Grills, who's not online right now, and I've called him and sent him a message. You want to do that? You can do that. Poor Yorick was my most hated level for a long time, and now it might be my favorite. I expect a 60-hour stream on the 60th anniversary and a 100-hour stream on the 100th anniversary. All right, we're definitely gonna have to upgrade the setup a little bit for that 60-hour and the 100-hour. Maybe 60. I don't know. Maybe 60 hours I can just sit and chill. 30 hours might be pushing it for the amount of time I can sit and yap. But maybe by then, I'll be older, wiser. I'll have more bullshit to say. Everybody loves cosmic brownies. Boy, do I have a person to show you. I don't want to meet him. Still muted, but should I DM Aperture? Yeah, if you could. I sent him a message. I tried to call. I did talk to him earlier today, but I know our time zones are a little weird, so it's not dangerous. It's just old lore. Okay, wait, hold on. Back, Brandon. Tijuana Mama and Bungie. All right. This is a full faith moment here. Tijuana Mama. Okay, the most famous Bungie food stuff is probably the Tijuana Mama. a spicy sausage whose ingredients include mechanically separated chicken, pork hearts, and protein concentrate. It's also 300% hotter than what we may never know nor want to. From the official history of Bungie. Oh, that's funny. Thank you, Brandon, for sharing that. I didn't even realize. I have messages to keep you posted. Thank you so much, TBCR. I appreciate it. I know you said the stream is muted, so you're probably busy, but I do appreciate you taking time to do that. Managed to get lost on Port York for my first time, though in my defense, I was 8. Yeah. I asked Doug about the windmill and myth on the Fourth Curtain Discard just now. Oh, that's funny. I'll have to check that out and see what he says later. They were talking about the marathon boxes because Marty posted some of his shrink wrap. Really? Oh, shit. Okay, maybe we got to take a look at that. Well, let me see. Is this going to pull up something crazy? That. Let me look over here. See if we can bring it up. What do you post that in the general chat? Oh, wow. This is super sick. Okay, hold on. Let me come down here. Let me click this. All right, so this is from the Fourth Curtain podcast. Fourth Curtain is a podcast that Alex Seropian is on, the founders of one of the founders of Bungie, and they do a podcast. I don't think it goes every week. I think they like do seasons where every few months they'll record it. But Marty O'Donnell, I guess, just put, thank you, Joku, for pointing this out. Just shared this. Excellent. Shrink wrapped copies of Marathon. I didn't even realize. I wonder how he got those, right? Because he wasn't there. Not so right. Busy as fuck. Got the Ali G outfit out the closet for some clips. So, oh hell yeah. Well, if you want to jump on, we can chat, dude. I got time. While kind of waiting for Aperture. Going to do some of the lore review stuff that I was talking about earlier. But if you want to jump in, we can. Little Debbie Cinematic Universe lore goes deep. Forgot I locked Aperture in my bathroom. Did you want me to let him out or something? Yeah, tell us if you could, but definitely keep the chains on him so he doesn't run away. Time for you to take Aperture's place. I should have practiced. This is crazy. Found a couple more things. Yeah, that's amazing. Sealed. Damn. And these were like the anniversary boxes, or is that the original one? I wonder. Like, is that legit like 30 years old? That's crazy. I have a non-diamond shrink wrap M2. Whoa. That's awesome. Dude, how much is it to buy shrink wrap copies of Marathon now? A Marathon sealed? God. Dude, I'm like literally my brain. I have like 2 keyboards in front of me. On one, a Santana Marathon. Maybe I should put in Bungie. That's the best way to do it. Marathon game disc CD. Oh, that's funny. Look at that. Right there. Oh, that's awesome. Spread leg. Oh, the Drenial. 150 bones. It's not too crazy. You paid 200 a few years back. Oh, okay, but that one's the full box, right? Not just the disc. You collect box games. That's awesome. You got any other good ones? Marathon 2, maybe 200. Interesting. They're impossible to find. This one is super bent. Yeah. A little rough, right? But I guess at a certain point, like how many are there going to be? What is this? Marathon 2 Durandal PC game. One sealed? Oh, maybe it is. Crazy. So yeah, 144, 98, 145, 150-ish. It's 50% off. Damn. Maybe one day. One day I'll add to the collection. Alex Seropian, a Chicago native and Bungie co-founder, said that the last 10% finishing Halo Combat Evolved felt like impending doom of the Tijuana Mama game. Meaning that it finished up incredibly hot before release day. That's funny. Great lore. Great lore. All right, let me just click this. We got something here in the background. Right. Check this thing. Dodgy, do I need my cam on or not? No, dude. You gonna jump in? Here. Chat to Dodgy real quick. Chat to him. Chat with him. Yeah, call me whenever you're ready, buddy. Got Myth 1 and 2. All the Myth games. Baldur's Gate 2. Ooh. Myth 1 and 2. That's awesome. Sealed. Crazy. Schism. I think that's all the big ones. Love the point and click adventure games. All the Myst games, dude. That's rad. Dude, the original Myst was such a mind fuck, I feel like, as a kid. Trying to play, I was like, man, it's so strange. It's a great speedrun. Thank you, Random. Thank you. Give me 3 minutes. Okay, Dodgy. Myst is still the GOAT, I know. What a classic game. All right. Well, chat, I'll yap a little bit after all. What were we talking about? Oh, I think the last thing that we were talking about is the combat shotgun, which I think it's just cool that they added in something. They added in lore that expanded kind of the turbulent period of the 25th century, which obviously is like super relevant to the formation of Mida, or as Tara would want me to say, Mida. And obviously that's kind of one of the avenues that they're choosing to expand kind of in the upcoming game by reintroducing Mida as kind of this primary force, or at least it seems, one of the primary factions. Quickening Heroes says, "Hail, how are you doing, Quickening Heroes? Thanks for stopping by." Hail chat, I just beat the trilogy for the first time last night. Oh, wow, that's what a great time to beat the trilogy. Coming up on the anniversary, 30th anniversary. What a celebration. No better way to celebrate the birthday. Well, that's cool. Congratulations. Wanted to finish them before the anniversary. Good. That's awesome, dude. How was it? Do you have a favorite level, Heroes? What was your big takeaway? And we need to know, like, favorite level, favorite weapon, at least. The Mist by Stephen King. Would probably be a different kind of game. A little scarier, maybe. Listening for Marathon 1 on the Marathon Durandal page you were seeing. Oh, there was? Oh, you can't find it now? Someone scooped it up. We showed him. Still confused about Mist from my childhood. I like to keep Mist in my childhood as a very confusing thing. I'm sure if I went back and like watched videos, maybe I'd be able to understand it. But I like the idea that it's just like a Lovecraftian style, entirely cannot be understood by mortal man kind of thing. Kind of cracks me up. Fun fact: Marty started in games with Riven because he loved Myst. After working on Riven, he moved to Bungie. Bungo, because he was playing Marathon a bunch instead of working on Riven. That's so funny. That's awesome. Yeah, he just seems like a gamer, or at least that was like from the stuff I've listened to him. Heard him talk and stuff. Also, fun fact: I don't know where I heard that and can't source it, so I might be lying. Some of that might be true, I guess. The best kind of facts, buddy. Myst is super easy as an adult. Okay, see, yeah, I'm not gonna go back. I'm not gonna learn anything about it. Just gonna let it live in my mind as a very mysterious world. He worked on Myst too. That's so cool. Zeus Pistol and AMAX Secure. Great choices. Great choices. Are you charging up or are you just blasting away? I'll show you. He did say Riven. Random. Should have read above. They're quick, dude. You can never beat the chat. Do something. Yeah, there's videos of him working on the Foley for Riven. Sure did love her. That's awesome, dude. Oh, dude, Foley artists are the best. Those are some of the craziest videos. Seeing how they make some of the sounds, weird techniques they use. Talishar came from Myst. Oh, that's cool. Wait, what is it? Is it a character? Is it a place? What's the... I want to make a Riven joke, but I know only Nomi and Michael will get it. Yeah, I just think it's really cool. A lot of the stuff that they added within the manuals for all of the Marathon games kind of seems a lot more relevant than I think in a modern perspective what you would expect for a component that's kind of outside of the game. And I think it does a lot to kind of expand on some of the ideas that they go on to express inside of the game, while also being kind of like an interesting kind of build up and pull people in. Last on Ahamkara. I'm also the annoying guy in the subreddit with the custom figures. Oh, hey, I've seen those posts. Those are super cool, dude. No, I think they're rad. Are they 3D printed? I forget. Are they 3D? If you guys haven't, maybe I should just pull it up so you guys can see, or maybe I'll look for it later and I'll do it. But yeah, he's been posting these cool. Like I think you have the security officer. You have a few enemies too, right? You have a compiler maybe. Yeah, it's a guy. He wrote one of the 5 great ages. That is the bedrock of any society. I picked it, keep myself honest, and try to make sure that I live up to it. Aw, I love that. That's excellent, dude. Oh, here we go. Joining. All right, we're going to chat with Dodgy for a minute. The one and only Dodgy Bloke.
How are you going?
Oh, I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. Just been busy last couple of days.
I know, getting ready, editing this video. We're pumped to see it tomorrow.
I'm excited as well. I've just been tired as I've been on like 4 hours sleep every night.
Oh, no. Well, we appreciate the dedication. Sure, we're going to enjoy it.
I mean, I've had it in the pipelines for ages and I've only started work on it like last week or so, so it's left the last minute.
That happens. What do you want to chat about?
Whatever really. I was only going to jump on for a few minutes because I have to record a few bits. Like I'm dressed up in a suit right now.
Still getting it together, dude. It's crazy. I feel like yeah, you definitely have a lot of work. I'm not like jealous of your situation right now. I see you kind of putting everything together.
I think I'm probably not going to go to bed tonight and just edit it, get it to the deadline, and then just head to bed in the morning.
Good deal. Hey, good luck with that. What do you think? So kind of dipping your toes in to learn about Marathon. What's been your big takeaway?
I mean, I feel like the more I read, the less I know. It's just really deep with the lore and everything. I thought it was just a simple game from the 90s, but it's like got a huge history to it, and I feel like I'm very illiterate when it comes to it.
Yeah, the layers, and it continues, and the interpretations. Have you looked at the what's it called? Puzzling and interesting things. What do they call it on the Marathon story page? You know what I'm talking about?
I think so.
On the sidebar,
I've got like 50 different links. Which can you send me the link for that, or if you have got it with you?
Okay, facts and puzzling things about on the Marathon story page. That's what if you scroll down the left side. But if you go through that is like a whole rabbit hole where it's like, it's like the colony, the 10th military Mjolnir Mark IV cyborg, simulacrons, and you click through, and these are all pages kind of dedicated to these topics and everything that Hamish has ever said about it, and people on forums, and he's kind of combined all of that information. So if you're trying to stumble down the never-ending rabbit hole that is Marathon, that's always a fun place to go if you're looking for something new to check out.
Yeah. He's got a bunch of links. Yeah, this guy's been. How long has he been doing it for? Ever since like the first game?
1995. Yeah, I think like shortly after the first game had come out. It's cool.
He's got some burner account in your Discord server.
What'd you say?
I think someone posted like a joke. He posted on his story as well that he's got a burner account in your Discord server. I can't remember who it was though. It's funny.
Yeah, he posted that, a screenshot of, I think it was Seb who had sent that. Yeah, he posted that on the Marathon story page. Yeah, it is cool. It's just crazy. It's like I think it's that, like you're saying, it's like there's so much to it that's like hard to even kind of process when you're first learning about it. Kind of how dedicated people are to it, and how relevant it's been for so long. And yeah, I think that's a really good example. It's like this dude, put this together very shortly after the game, within, the first year of the game being out. Yep. And stuck with it for 30 years. Oh, and has something to say still.
That is a huge dedication. I don't think I'd be able to do something like that.
Yeah, peak website. That's what I actually, Michael said the Hamish verse. Yeah. The ever expanding. And it's cool. It's also cool to see that like he's really embraced like the new stuff that they've done as well, which I feel like if I'm trying to even compare. It's like, I've been playing Halo games for a pretty significant amount of time, but obviously not like to the depth that he's kind of explored Marathon. But I don't know, just even 30 years in, still be having that kind of drive, because he's also covered the ARG stuff. Obviously he posts kind of every day now. A lot of stuff for the new game too. He's not like,
I think a lot of people that have posted art in your server have made it on there as well.
Yeah, which is always cool. I try to, if I see somebody from the server who gets their art on there, I try to send it in the Discord to let them know they've been the highest honor has been bestowed upon them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what time did you start streaming? Sorry, in your time, because I keep forgetting. It's like I talk with a couple people and they're in a few different time zones, and I just can't remember.
I started at 3 p.m. So we're roughly 8. I think it's 2 minutes slow, the timer that I have up on the stream, but eight and a half hours in basically.
Jeez.
But yeah,
That's gonna be rough towards the end.
we will see. We will see.
Did you try to get some sleep beforehand at least?
I tried. That's what I was saying when I first started the stream. I was like, man, maybe like 30 minutes before the stream, I was yawning, but I'm sure it'll be good. I think the big block, we're gonna play Bungie games and just hang out and kind of do a big gaming session after this.
Chill.
If Aperture Grill's able to make it out, but that'll probably be the hardest thing, because then at 9 o'clock I'm gonna jump in and play some multiplayer games with people for a few hours, and then Mandalore is gonna come out to the stream hopefully, and then I guess I'm just saying hopefully because now we don't have Aperture here, so now I don't want to promise anything, but Mandalore's coming out and Doug's Artman interview, so I feel like that will be like a second win for me, and then we're gonna go over the community art contest, which I'm super hyped to kind of review all that stuff, and excited for that. 22 hours till the universe closes, yeah. And then I will escape. Thank me God. And then your video will come tomorrow evening, so hopefully that last kind of hour or so, hour and a half after your video is pretty smooth. We'll see.
Yeah, because I think that's like sort of towards the end, the time slot that I'm in.
Yeah, I think 2 hours before the end.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, everyone's gonna be tired by then. I think I'm gonna try stay up and have a stream in the background anyway.
Well, thank you. Hey, we're all committed. 30 hours. And look, we got 30 minutes until the new year. The ball drops.
Oh, is it it's not the 21st for you guys yet, is it?
Not yet. I guess you're already living on the anniversary.
I mean,
so congratulations.
Yeah, it's almost the 22nd. Yeah, it's a few hours away.
Yeah.
But we meant to have Aperture Grills in this time slot, so.
Yeah, but he is not on. He wasn't responding. I think TBCR said he sent him a message. I talked to him earlier today, but we'll see. I think after this, I'm gonna finish. After I'm done chatting with you here, I'm gonna maybe just do a little bit of lore review. We'll do that till about midnight. Then we'll, like I said, we're gonna be playing some Bungie gaming. Probably do that for our big lawn session, our beefy gaming session. And then hopefully in the back end of tomorrow, like the kind of downtimes, I'll get to finish the lore review if I can yap fast enough to fit it in 30 hours, which we'll see. We'll see if I can get it done.
Yeah. I mean, I sent you that script and I wrote it down, and I was planning to have it with like anywhere from 16 to like 24-minute video, but I was talking for probably an hour and a half straight. Like I'm gonna have to cut half of this down.
Yeah, I know. That's what I say. When I was like, the breadth here. But I guess you had some other people help you out, some guest appearances perhaps in the video.
Yeah, I've got a bunch of creators popping up.
That's awesome.
I think Sato did a bit. Bond's done a bit. I was waiting for Justin, but he hasn't gotten back to me. And I know you've done the part of the intro and the energy drink voiceover, which was funny.
Yeah, I'm excited to hear how it all turns out.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
Let me know later if you still haven't heard from Justin. I'll send him a message and see if I can get a response for you.
Yeah. I'll send him another message shortly, but he might be sleeping. I think he's from. Is he also US?
Yeah, but I think he might be like a time zone or two over, so maybe it's a little bit earlier for him.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I'll send him another one. If I don't get any response, I'll just, I don't know, do it myself.
Ooh, Onions is saying he could sub in for that. Onions, classic community member. Maybe.
Onions, I'd be 100% down.
Yeah, maybe Onions. Send Dodgy.
I'll send a DM on Discord.
Yeah, send him a Discord DM. He's from Chicago. Yeah. So I think he's like maybe an hour behind me. So maybe it's like 10 or something for him.
Yeah.
But in Onions cameo, I would love that. It's cool. It's cool. I'm excited.
Does anyone else want a cameo? I've got a bunch of script waiting to be filled out.
Yeah, it's 10:37. Thank
I'll
you.
send him a DM.
That'll be fun. Yeah, I'm pumped for the video. Hopefully everything else goes smoothly with the rest of everything we got planned. But
Thank you. You as well.
either way,
One word ahead for both of us. And you just said, I said, I want a cameo. All right, I'll send this thing over. Anyway, I'm going to head off so I can actually try to get this done by the deadline.
all
But
right,
all
dude.
of you have a good stream.
Well, hey, I'll see you tomorrow evening after the video, dude.
Catch you tomorrow evening. Have a good one.
All right, see you. Bye. Good luck. What a good dude. Great dude. Everybody in this community, super chill. Great people. All right. Try that one more time. Okay. Calling him Amateur Grills next time I talk to him. Am I saying his name wrong? Am I going crazy? am I too tired already? Oh. Long form is best for lore vids. Who are you talking to, heroes? You should take audio from the anniversary stream to make an audio log series. That'd be funny. Jake record audio and pitting over you sleeping. Yeah, I paint my eyes. Paint eyeballs on my eyelids. Lean back, close my eyes, and just put me yapping on in the background. Marathon speedrun's going so fast I can't even see it. I know. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I talked to him. I talked to him earlier today, but he's just not on right now. I tried messaging him. You did hear back from TBCR? You said you heard what category was he going to do? I told him whichever worked best. I think he was saying he was going to do kindergarten, but I told him if he preferred TC, he could do that. Oh, you have not? Okay, sorry. But if you want to jump on TBCR, I know you're busy though. Running faster than the speed of light. Yeah. Teleshow, you were probably blinking and missed the new world record. Yes. It's helped to look at the keyboard to type. Yeah. Haven't practiced in months. Hey, I get it. No worries, dude. Absolutely don't want to put you on the spot. Teebs, you're up. If anybody wants to do the speed run, I will jump in and we can do that. But yeah, okay. I'll keep yapping about some of the lore review stuff. We'll do that for a little bit longer. We'll celebrate reining in the newest year of Marathon, and then we'll see where we go from there. All right, so yeah, I think I've said it a few times what I want to talk about with this. Oh yeah, and I just want to point out this is kind of one of my favorite images of Bob's that we get is the "Get me out of here." Another great voice line. But the kind of running away, especially with the attention to detail they put on the ass here, is very funny to me. Kind of like the cartoony nature of some of the concept art and sketches that they have from the original one. Do a quick go through. Like I said, I'd be open to it if you want to do it. Bob's got cheeks, exactly, absolutely. All right, so the Marathon Infinity Manual, which is very cool. Like the contrast between the end of Marathon 2 and the beginning of Marathon Infinity is something that obviously we're like trying to do intentionally, but just the level at which they succeeded in creating something that I don't know, it was like the tone was so insane, kind of like what I've been talking about with Joku earlier. No, Marathon 2 is like a romp. It's an adventure. You know, it's like this kind of, like I've been saying, like it's an Indiana Jones style story where you're in this new planet and you're encountering these new aliens and you're trying to choose. You're going to ancient temples and all this stuff, you know. And it's very, I don't want to say like, maybe I do want to say like, I don't know. It feels very positive. You know, it feels like a grand adventure. And then kind of that comes to like a hard stop when you open up Marathon Infinity. And Marathon Infinity is Inception level stuff. Yeah, I would agree to a certain extent. Yeah, a little bit of mind bending. You know, people are obviously arguing about it to this day. But the kind of like hard stop of the intro to Marathon Infinity, where okay, now it's you know, everything's very silent, dark. Everything's kind of broken down, and you're on the station. That's feels unfamiliar, but obviously similar to some of the areas you probably went through in Marathon 2. I would say like like the ship interiors are familiar in a sense, but you spend all the time down really on Lo Huan in Marathon 2, and so now all of a sudden you're kind of the space station. You're like, what is going on? You're in space. Everything's dark. It's broken down. The 4 are there, but it doesn't feel like as organized. Their placement in the level almost, it doesn't feel like an invasion in the first one. It doesn't feel like you're going like in Marathon 2 where you have these kind of areas where the 4 have been installed. They're standing guard. They're operating this base or something. That first intro feels like something like, oh, everyone's kind of like scattered, like in the wake of this kind of the dawn of this apocalyptic event that is the release of the working Kakantur. Everybody is like, kind of torn apart. It's like, it seems it's chaos. And that's like the sentiment that they're trying to embody. Talishar just said, literally everything is falling apart in Infinity. Exactly. Like the level art style shift in Infinity. Yeah. It's very clean. It was so cool. And Setting Malice is one of the greatest punch in the face openers of all time. That exactly. Everything, all that lawn out there yapping I was just doing is very summed up by what Talishar just said. I just think it's cool. I think it's a very strong way to create a follow-up to something that I feel like is very difficult to create a follow-up to with Marathon 1 and Marathon 2, which were such strong games that obviously left a huge impact on people. And once again, this manual does a really cool thing of creating that kind of full image of the ship when you put the pages together in the right way, which is just super sick. So I'm going to read a few parts of it that I like. Ram says, still have the Game Award perfect score when you need it, Jake. Thank you. Go ahead and post how many, I guess, right in the chat right now, so we have that saved for posterity. Thank you. I bet I could beat the working Kakantur. That's that security officer attitude. Love it. No game like Infinity. 2 apertures for 1 grills. I wish if we had 2 here. Maybe we could beat the game twice the time. Maybe the most ambitious game ever made. I know, and it seems like Double Ott's planned follow-up game was also kind of in that same vein. I forget where I heard some stuff. They were talking about who was I talking to? Maybe I was talking to Joku. Maybe he's the one who's kind of filling me in on some stuff. But the Double Ott follow-up game, I had seen. Maybe it's like a primary source kind of thing where someone was talking about it, like an interview type thing or some sort of video. That the way it was put together was like super dynamic and unique for the time, and the way that it was something to do with like the way they were arranging their map polygons was like very groundbreaking and abstract. Looked very cool. All right. The battle on Lo Huan had gone according to projections. That to trap Durandal and end the threat of Tau Ceti, we would, as we did with the Drinial Rebellion, be forced to use the Trizeme. Forcing a star into early Nova has proved most satisfactory at destroying what we could not control. To Commander, the presence of things beyond one's control leads directly to the conclusion that they must be destroyed. In the countless encounters of the 4 naval arm, there has never been an ultimate defeat. We have, through our supreme power and tactics, always prevailed. All of this explains why, as our great admiral, and with my own destruction now completely assured, I give you, High Council of 4, warning that we have met our demise. Yet it comes not from threat of Tau Ceti, as we feared, but from a being of such destructive power that to control it would be to control the universe. Falls is my briefing of the events here on Lo Huan leading up to the current situation. I also think it's a cool shift that this is we go from, the first manual is told in the first person from the security officer. So it's kind of like building up the experience that you as a player are going to have. And then the second manual opens with kind of a description of the situation that's occurring and then leads into that first person perspective from the security officer. Where this one opens up with, we have Admiral Tafir, the 4 Admiral, kind of describing this situation, which is cool. Like another way in which, the games are literally putting you in this kind of strange start. Everything's dark and silent and kind of creepy, like what's going on here? Everything's falling apart, like we were talking about. And that tone might even be kind of set here in the manual when we see. Now we're going to separate you. The incident, what's occurring here, the events of the game are so extreme that we're now going to shift your perspective to somebody representative of the race that you've been fighting against and committing all this carnage against in the other 2 games. But really, really, really cool to see them do that. Just the fact that Infinity is a non-linear campaign is nuts. Yeah. Fear finally felt fear, exactly. But yeah, so he goes on, he explains they ordered the deployment of the Trizeme, and almost immediately our enemy then began transmitting ridiculous warning concerning some sort of ancient chaotic being trapped deep in the Lohuan sun. Obviously, Durandal warning them of this. Of course, at this point, mercy was unacceptable. Time to end the collective dream of the Sphit had come. Obviously, he kind of understands the repercussions of his actions. I also think here, like, you know, you look at the 90s and we see things like Metal Gear coming out of the 90s. I think a lot of the fictional tropes in that era were kind of living from this, you know, mutually assured destruction, kind of like this post-Cold War world that is now a little bit, you know, far enough removed from some of these concepts to kind of may apply them in fiction more loosely. Although it's not really fair to say that that was something they kind of went against in the 80s, because obviously we get like Terminator and stuff, which pretty directly, you know, riffs on that. Random, I'm heading out. Great stream, Drake. Great chat. Good night, everyone. Thank you so much, Random, for coming out. I'll be around for another 21 hours. So feel free to come back by and chat. It's always fun to hang out with you, dude. This whole terminal log is insane. Yeah. And this manual intro is really cool. Yeah, and here, let me get to this because I really love kind of description, which really firmly roots the working character, I feel like, as this, you know, Lovecraftian kind of entity with this level of destruction that's even farther, you know, it's beyond the technological destruction of the Trizeme itself. The Nova went off on time, and for a moment, our simple victory was assured. But then, a pathetic failure of discipline, the fleet's ranks broke in an all-out retreat. All quarters reported the same thing. Half of the sun had gone nova, but the readings from the other half were impossible. It was as if the universe had forgotten its own rules. I can't tell you what's going on now. I can only hope that this message reaches you through whatever is surrounding us. I gave the fleet general order. Attack at will, but none of our weapons seem to affect whatever we're firing at. The battleship has only seconds of integrity left, and I have no more information except for Durandal's warning. On the marathon, I saw your stupidity through the lens of victory, and now I see it in defeat. Maybe it is fate that your ignorant pride would unleash this horror and destroy the galaxy. I mean, that's just like an incredibly powerful way to open up your narrative, you know? I think there's a little bit more as well that I have on here, but just to kind of like understand the perspective of Durandal and how he's grown and how he's developed and now his perspective from the perspective of the Four, and to see the impact that your relationship as the player and the security officer to these situations has led to this moment. And though it's unintentional, and it's not obviously something that you directed or, you know, it wasn't your goal to utilize the Trizeme. You didn't even know what the Trizeme was. But your influence on these situations was such that it resulted in somebody feeling the need to utilize this weapon. And it's just very, very powerful. Cry says, how is the writing of this game so good? I know. It really, really is. And Infinity obviously expands a lot on the writing stuff in very cool ways, kind of like as I've been talking about for a few hours now. But they expand in the way that things are more esoteric and kind of laden in metaphor, and there's a lot of stuff that has a deeper meaning. But also like just quality wise, they introduce some narrative stuff that's really cool. I forget if it's Marathon 2 or Marathon Infinity that Eat the Path, my beloved. Yeah, exactly. I forget if it's Marathon 2 or Marathon Infinity that have a series of terminals from the perspective of I believe it's a 4 scientist who's running tests on like the Flicta. And I believe it might be the same guy, but there's also another kind of series of terminals about like just one of the 4, kind of their experience they're having. And to see that writing kind of blossom, where everything else from the original games is written as like history text almost, see like personal stories coming through, it is really cool, and it feels unique to the series when it's presented that way. Oh, this is the other. We get the vacuum bobs, so kind of the big upgrade for the bobs. Maybe they were in Marathon 2. I think they come in Marathon Findy, but the vac bobs are these kind of more equipped bobs who have these sweet suits of armor. And as you go through the timelines of Marathon Findy, there's maybe a few where you're a few levels, but I don't know if it's fair to say a few timelines, but there's a few levels you go through where you're not working with the bobs. You're actively fighting the bobs. And kind of one of my favorite levels in all of Marathon and Findy is a level where you spawn in and you're outside of a human-controlled base on Lohuan. So you're kind of playing through some of the narrative stuff of Marathon 2, but now instead of you being down and helping Robert Blake and his men on Lohuan, now you're showing up with Tycho and the 4 fleet. Tycho's kind of tricked into following his commands somewhat, and you there's this base, and even the setup for the initial where the door is. There's windows, and the bobs can shoot at you through the windows. And when you come up on the level, you just understanding the destructive force of the security officer from the perspective of bobs, who now are getting mowed down. He's like, he's killing us. They're saying all this stuff. He's a traitor. Might be one of the lines. But going through and their base and killing all them, and they're kind of taking defensive positions, waiting for you is really cool. And to kind of come in with the hunters and the 4 troopers and the fighters and everything, and kind of see how their tactics fill in, and you're kind of in the fray of it. Really great level. Also a little bit of weird water shit in that level, but overall great level. So this is what the vac bobs kind of running animation, which I think is funny that they kind of armored them up as the games went on. I learned the hard way that their fusion shots penetrate through the immunity power-up. Really? Do they? I did not know that. That's funny. Oh, what did I just click? Oh, wrong mouse. Here we go. Oh, Forge mode. Okay, this is another interesting thing. Obviously, Tree Llama was on earlier, and he was talking about, oh my god, I'm going to say it wrong again. Wayland? I was saying Wayland. He corrected me. Wayland, right? Which kind of the map editor. I just want to throw this in here because this is from the manual of Marathon Findy. And like I said, my relationship with a Forge mode really is kind of birthed from like Halo 3 kind of time frame. When I would have became familiar with that concept, that like games would come with a built-in kind of map editor that would allow you to run custom games and do something bigger. And just its presence, even in name, its presence this early on, we're talking 10 years prior in 1996, 10 years, and they had a map editor with the first Marathon, but the Marathon map editor as Forge, in name here 10 years prior to, or maybe 11 years prior to, 12 years prior to what we would see in Halo 3 is very cool. It says I decided to do the vacuum level with cheats on out of curiosity to see if I missed anything. They killed me within like 5 seconds. That's so funny. That's crazy. Let's show the power fusion pistol. But yeah, so I wanted to include that here because I think it's just very interesting that concept, which feels like such to the time period of like late 2000s, early 2010s gaming, I feel like a Forge mode was such a pivotal kind of thing, such a cool concept that felt really impactful in a lot of games where trying to like adapt that or at least appreciated its presence in Halo, something that really differentiated it. And its origin point in name, down to like the exact concept is Marathon. Forge is the powerful map-making tool used by Bungie to create levels for Marathon, Marathon 2, and now Marathon Findy. Included Forge with Marathon Findy, you can create your own fantastic Marathon worlds and share them with friends or upload them to the net. Forge uses a simple 20 perspective to create lines, polygons, and to place objects, sounds, and lights. Also utilizes a cool 3D perspective for texturing, adjusting heights, and fine-tuning the map's look. It's very cool. And I've seen interviews with Bungie people. I forget who specifically. We've talked about, when they were going to kind of iterate in the sequel games of Marathon, Marathon 2 and Marathon Infinity, and they're thinking about how they're going to build out the game and do more stuff that they were talking about, or even moving from Marathon to Myth as well. I think is something that was brought up, is that they're talking less about how they're going to iterate on the concepts they've already done, but more so how are they going to introduce like more complex dynamic environments. That building a physics engine for Myth was a really big deal to Jason Jones, is something that I've read or seen a video or something. That was really, really important to them. The idea that in Myth, you have these units, and it's this RTS game, but like RTS of the time, like Warcraft, weren't taking like elevation into account. You poured water on a fire, it wasn't like a dynamic element within the game. That it was more so like a if then kind of statement, like if water is pixel close to this, whatever, right? But they were talking about creating like an actual world that was reactive, which is something that obviously, if you look at their Forge modes, something they were trying to bring to the forefront, trying to like build an engine, displays a reality, this virtual reality, and then kind of build out on those concepts as well. I think it's very cool. Very cool. All right, next thing. What do we got here? We're everywhere. Okay, turn on second message. Now, this is something that we talked about in the Marathon trivia, but it's just one of my favorite terminals from the level We're Everywhere. The first terminal, second message. We're Everywhere is from Marathon 2, I believe. I love everything about the concept. This is something that I've said kind of a few times in terms of my grand total amount of time I've spent yapping on the internet about Marathon and video games in general. But the thing that really like stands out to me, and I think most people as you get older and you grow like a deeper relationship with stories and you kind of figure out what you enjoy listening to, I think most people kind of end up appreciating stuff like this, where it's like, the very direct things are cool. Like, okay, this is the good guy and he does this amazing task, and it's very interesting. You get to see his story arc and the impact he has on the world. But where you find like a lot of like more satisfying stuff about world building is where you're talking about like kind of the unspoken effect or the tertiary effects to an action. Not like what is the direct result of this, but like what comes of this in the third, step from it occurring. What kind of unseen stuff. And so this little bit of world building about the simulacrums is really fun. So I was going to read this for you guys. You remember the 4 built human simulacrums during the Tau Ceti invasion? The elaborate 4 bureaucracy has a ministry for the eradication through imitation of hostile species unsuitable for enslavement. Fanfar Svarn Wasan Shah. Should I learn to speak 4? That'd be a fun thing. Which is responsible for the design and construction of such machines. They meticulously constructed 17 different human body types and mixed them with 61 unique facial models. The resulting walking bombs were in every way indistinguishable from real humans. Their one mistake? Dressing every last one of the 6,000 simulacrums in the plain green overalls of a marathon airlock technician. Had the amusing side effect of making all the real airlock technicians wander the ship naked during the invasion. So two interesting things here. One, getting the Forian Duolingo streak. Yeah. Maybe that's why I should go through and kind of analyze all the 4 language from the terminals that we get and try to build out a 4 alphabet, the falphabet, the 4-phabet. 2 interesting things for this. One, it's cool to get to see. Lol, that's why I made my simulacrum in that lime green body. Hell yeah, exactly. It's cool to get to see that they're thinking about what the Bobs were doing during the invasion of the Marathon, which is something that, like we talked about earlier, the Lost Network packets was kind of this thing that came in between Marathon 1 and 2. That was a handful of journal entries from a Bob named Volker von Mueller. So I like that, they're building out like, what was it like? Where there must have been areas that were safe for the Bobs. Obviously, a bunch of people survived. What kind of interactions were they having? And then the secondary element is kind of pointing out the thought process behind the four. This is another one of the moments where Durandal's talking about the four bureaucracy, which is something he brings up a handful of times throughout the series. Is the four religion and their government, and a lot of it feels kind of like a jab and a poke at the government and religious issues of contemporary 90s setting, bureaucracy, government policy, how war was treated, obviously, from an American perspective, obviously coming out of Chicago at the time, Desert Storm, the Bill Clinton administration, he's getting removed from the presidency against his will based off some things that he did. So, I think it's interesting to see how some of those kind of color potentially some of the issues that they identify, that Durandal identifies with the four government. But just building on these little story events that occurred entirely outside of the player character ever having to experience them within the game is really cool. This is one of those things I think points out how big the world is of Marathon. I'm going to have to go get some tea in a minute. How big the world is for Marathon. And I really like it. And I think it's, and on top of that, it's very funny. And oh yeah, the other thing we get to learn from this is that apparently you don't wear underwear. In the future, the overalls are so well produced, no need for any undershirt or underwear underneath your overalls, even as a technician. Okay. Oh, hold on, wait. I just heard from Masters Grill. Maybe. Oh, he said that. I said that was Sunday for him. Oh, okay. No worries. My bad. Let's see. All right. Are you going to ask Doug if you can see his eyes? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I should ask him. Make sure. Well, if he's kind of moaning and he has goo coming out of him, maybe that'll key us in, right? Simulacrum Talk made me remember that the Bob cryo boxes are all terribly placed within the first few levels. Did you see a Bob box above some stairs? How would they get out without breaking a leg? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, one of those interesting texture reuses, right? What were the UESC thinking? I don't know. I always got the feeling that Marathon was built in a way that was comedically unconcerned with the safety of the people on it. There are rooms and hallways that are just giant pistons. Exactly. No, and I think, I feel like, and maybe this is something that, retrospectively, I'm looking kind of from this concept that, the megacorps are such a big, such a big element to kind of some of the cyberpunk vibes that we're seeing in the upcoming game. So it could be color in my opinion, but I do feel like, Leela's talking about the backstabbing politics of Soul. And obviously Traxxas is this AI, and Mida is this kind of underground rebellion group. So you would think that a follow on to that would be this kind of. Have you guys ever played the game Outer Worlds? Which is kind of like this over the top. It's kind of by the people who did Fallout New Vegas, but it's like a future where corporate control is really a big deal. So it's not so much concerned with OSHA regulations and safety regulations and still by government, but corporations are the primary influence on how things rule. And there's a lot of very hilarious things that are not beneficial for humanity that come from that. And so, yeah, I absolutely, what Talishar is saying, I absolutely agree with. I think comedically unconcerned with safety of people on it definitely feels like a vibe that they were going for sure. We need Boundless right now, I know. Every time we get a violation, where is he? Who's the architect of the Marathon? So my one of the things I'm kind of drawing from the ARG information is we get this big kind of history, kind of contextual things for Traxxas, and they talk about the 2400s and the 2300s. Obviously, like they kind of move into developing ships. They develop the Traxxas off-world orbiters, which replace the Christ Soul orbiters. So we know that they're in this realm of building really advanced, spacefaring vessels. And my assumption is, based off the relationship and Traxxas kind of coming back, and they talk about that period of their time as like this resurgence. They're kind of bouncing back from obviously the pitfalls of the crash of Traxxas for the AI that shut down the Martian planetary net, which surely they had something to do with, given the name of the company and their relocation to that planet prior to that event. And so my thinking is that Traxxas was probably leaned very heavily upon as a government contractor stationed on Mars to develop the Marathon, to build the ship itself, to hire the individuals. Like, a lot how, very much so like how American companies like Raytheon and stuff contract with the DoD very exclusively. I feel like that was kind of the relationship that they're setting up between Traxxas and the UESC. Tuesday, I am at the 4 ship levels of my rust. Weirdly enough, the Bob boxes in the 4 ship are more appropriately placed. Maybe they had some right thinking going on. UESC warehouse worker P bottle. Which conditions are worse? Working for Traxxas or Amazon? I don't know. We'll have to see. Maybe at Traxxas, at least some of them got biomatas. So when they get crushed by some unchecked, no safety regulation machine, they don't die. Consciousness gets zapped back. I think Bungie realized that after the fact, they were clearly concerned with taking their world seriously, which is why there wasn't music in 2 or Infinity. Yeah, that's a good point. Wasn't a logical source for the music. Yeah, and I've talked about that when I was talking with Justin, the voiceover guy who did the audio play with me. It's kind of one of the things that we were kind of like talking about is how it does feel like in a lot of ways the Bobs are kind of like comic relief, but not in a way that detracts in the world, but in a way that is very kind of like relevant in terms of their position and the kind of antics they get into. And then we kind of see the contrast of that with Robert Blake. Aperture Girls missed me. Okay. All right. And I would also like to say that it is now 12:10. And it is officially December 21st of 2024, which makes Marathon 30 years old right now. So we've officially lived it. We're now in the day that Marathon came out 30 years ago. So congratulations, everybody. You made it. You survived to see Marathon's 30th anniversary. An excellent time. I think Bungie realized... Oh, yeah, we read that. You see the 4 respect OSHA regulations. This is why META is right, and the UESC should be destroyed. Exactly. Admiral Fear did nothing wrong. Do we need an Admiral Fear did nothing wrong shirt? Also, like how Marathon is basically just evil utopia Planitia. What is that? For sure, I feel like the Marines and Halo are very similar. Yeah, that is exactly kind of the follow-up to the Bobs. Voice acting is hard. I get it now. Or maybe I can barely read. Oh, Onions, you're doing it for Dodgy. Love it, dude. I can't wait to hear it. That's going to be so fun. Pop the bottles. Yes, pop the champagne. We are now officially living in a world where Marathon is 30 years old. Maybe we should we check? Should we check? Go over to the old Twitter, maybe? Go to X. Let's see if Bungie had anything ready to post. Bungie? All right, let's see. Nope, last name was on December 3rd. The entire Classic Marathon trilogy fully updated for iOS. Check Marathon. Oh. Using the wrong keyboard again. How many times will I do that throughout the stream? Can we get a counter? All right, let's see. Pinned and October 28th. So nothing. Nothing yet. Could be slated to go later, though. Utopia Planitia is the Star Trek ship construction yards on Mars. Ah, okay. Paint a beautiful Admiral Fear propaganda poster. Dude, that'd be awesome. He needs you. You don't want one of those? I got to get more into Star Trek. I'm trying to think Star Trek stuff I've seen. I've seen like all the newer movies. I watched some of the Next Generation growing up because my dad was really into it, but I've never like dove into it as an adult or anything. All right, let's click here. Let's do one more, and then I'm gonna do a break. I'm talking to Aperture Grills. I may have given him the wrong day or said something wrong about the time. I think so. It's on me. It is my fault. Let it be known. It is not Aperture Grills' fault, obviously. But he said he might be able to pop on, so we'll see. Maybe that can come together. We still got time. 90s Trek is peak. Okay. Yeah, I definitely remember my parents have the poster. It was like everything in life I need to know I learned from Star Trek. I feel like that was my initial introduction to it. It was that poster. Fear needs you in a slave collar. Yeah, exactly. I think Infinity uses the sound effects of the command center from DS9. That's funny. Gotta hop into bed. I'll leave the stream on in the background. Sweet marathon yapping has the best lullaby ever. Thank you so much, Cry, for hanging out with us, dude. I appreciate it, man. Hope you have a good night. Thank you so much. Totally love hanging out, chatting with you. Hope to see you tomorrow. I'm excited about the art stuff tomorrow as well. Super pumped. All right, while Tal Ceti was being nuked down to bedrock. Okay, this is what Talishar, I believe, was talking about, right, when we were doing the quiz. We're doing the trivia. We had just finished go through, so I can definitely step in if needed, as long as it isn't super late. Oh shit, hell yeah. Okay. Let me yeah, we can do that. I'm gonna get through this and then see if I have Discord maybe. Okay. I think I just added you on Discord. But yeah, after I get through this, I'm gonna take a little break and then I'll chat with you there if we want to do that. If you're down. No, obviously not usually up this late. I was up for Aperture's run. Oh, I apologize. If it's too late, dude, it's totally fine. It's totally fine. But yeah, if you want to do it, I think Aperture had the wrong time. He said he can get ready ASAP, but I told him if it's too much, not to worry about it. But yeah, here, let me go through this, and then we'll take a break, and I'll try to get that coordinated either with you or Aperture, and we can see what we want to do. But if it's too late, obviously, no worries. Thank you for offering that. While Tal Ceti was being nuked down to bedrock in 2794, 4 scientists disassembled and removed the AI Leela from the Marathon, loading her aboard a vessel bound for the 4 homeworld, but the ship fell into the hands of a Nar privateer between jumps at Beta Naxos and was never seen by the 4 again. Taking the cargo little more than scrap, the Nar captain sold the 4 ship, Leela and all, to a Valet merchant. Subsequent crash, if I can talk, of the Valet FTL network when Leela was reassembled and reactivated is still legendary, the annals of rampancy. And the Valet have long since accepted that they will never expunge her from their 15-world network. Despite having lost Leela, the 4 learned much from Tycho during the 17 years before he was destroyed by Durandal in the Lahuan system. All late Model 4 personality constructs were based on a 64 billion exobyte image of Tycho's core, taken during the years he was on the 4 homeworld between 2795 and 2801. So I just think it's such a cool thing. The fact that they, built out the concept for other alien races in the system, it never even came to fruition within the game itself, is just another one of these things that kind of speaks to the, how serious they're taking the world and how much it was built out. Like the character design, I know, and the Nar looks so sick. Well, it's kind of a medieval kind of comic reality to them. Also, obviously, they're capable of some pretty intense stuff. You know, they're able to travel between these worlds. And yeah, just the background written by Robert McLeese is their home world, which is covered in a 3-story tall building. Very funny. I believe Mr. Marathon took a shuttle called Leonardo from the Murata to the Marathon. Okay. In fact, you can see the shuttle, the first level of M1. Okay. Good to go back, correct the trivia. Talshar, add me on Discord. I'll give you the nitro as well. I think that's cool that Leela should still be kicking in the modern setting. Yeah, exactly. I didn't realize that those were those aliens. Oh, supposed to be aliens? Yeah, it is really cool. You lost. No, I'll still give it to you. That's worth it. That's better than winning, is correcting one of them. But yeah, just the Gnar in general, very cool concept. They look fucking sick. I would love to fight some Gnar, get to clink off their head, and I would love to see Leela come back because it is cool, this idea that she's still out there, and you know, nothing from this, like, I think all of this could be canonical to what we're seeing. We just kind of need that confirmation. All right, see this. Go next. I'm just gonna leave this as is for now. Kind of see what happens. But all right, I'm gonna take a quick break. Maybe TBCR, if it's not too late, we can do a run. If you're down for that, I'm totally down. If not, obviously no worries. And then I'll be back in a little bit. So either we'll get the speed run going, or we will get some Bungie gaming going, and we'll come back to lore review later. But whatever comes next, I'm sure it'll be fun. So I'll get that all together here momentarily while you guys are hanging out for a little bit. All right, I'll see you guys in a few minutes. All right. My ugly mug is coming back. 3, 2, 1. Dang. All right, does that get old? Big jump scare? I'm just vibing. The track is too good. All right. We got Aperture Grills coming back here in a minute. He's just getting ready. The prodigal grill returns. Indeed. All right. Him on a call. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good. Happy Marathon's 30th.
I know. What a celebration. I'm so sorry if I did the time wrong for you. I apologize.
I should have
around.
thought. Yeah. So it is Friday right now for you, right?
It's I guess technically it just became Saturday.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, because you said Saturday at 11 p.m. for you, and I was like, okay, well, that makes sense then that it would be the following day for me.
I apologize. My bad.
But I should have thought, like, oh, well, if he's going live now, it's obviously going to be in less than 30 hours from that. So there's no way that that could be right.
Well, I appreciate you switching everything around. I'm sorry. I know that's kind of hectic.
It's okay. Yeah. No, I don't. I just I looked at my phone and was like, oh, a bunch of people have messaged me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah. So I guess this is the game that turned 30. So this is the game we'll try and play through speedily.
Damn. How many times have you done this? Are you pretty comfortable? Like, is this one of the more common ones you've done, or is this one not as much?
Well, this is the first one that I like made like full attempts of. because I think I mentioned it when I talked to you before that like when I was like, oh, I'm gonna try and apply, you know, try and do a proper speed run of one of the
Yeah.
marathon games. I tried Marathon 2 and basically couldn't get it to
Okay,
work
yeah.
because of the problems um with What About Bob. So I gave
Yeah.
up on that, and then later, Marathon 1 actually on original hardware playing with keyboard look. I was the first one that I did runs of. Um
Crazy. Dude,
and
the
then
keyboard look.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
wild.
I never got the I never got the time below half an hour on keyboard look cuz it's pretty hard. Now I have, what is it, like a 25, 26?
For the
I should
record,
check.
yeah.
I should know this.
Do you know what your first time was for the very first run that you ever kind of seriously put up there?
Well, I can look at the first thing that I ever submitted here. View, show obsolete runs. Looks like so TBCR's first ever submission was 42:47, and then I submitted a 38:35 8 years ago.
Wow. That's awesome. And TBCR
And
is here.
now I
they've been
and
waiting.
now I now I have a 25:16. So that's a bit of an improvement.
Do you feel like you're pretty close? Like obviously when we were talking pretty shortly after I think we talked was when you got a sub 10 for Marathon Infinity. Do you think is this one that's something like there's some pretty like things that you think you could improve on, or is this one pretty optimized, do you think?
Definitely there's things you could improve on. I mean, there's some cycles in this game, like platform cycles, which you'll see that it's like just making the next one will save you like several seconds.
Okay.
And then the whole end of the game is kind of like hard to go as fast as you can on. Okay, I should probably make sure I have your chat up so that I can see.
Oh, TBCR said, I wish I had more time in the day to actually try to catch up with Aperture. Has TBCR, have they held a record over you before?
Oh yeah, many times. But
you guys have traded.
Yes, yeah.
Gotcha.
Well, the pattern would be that I would like get a record and then let it alone and do something else for a while, and TBCR would figure something out. Yeah,
After
exactly.
break it 24 hours later. That's funny.
Yeah,
Okay.
figure something out that like for instance, the skipping the extra levels in Infinity.
Mm-hmm.
He and Ares got that, managed to get that to work somewhat consistently, and then raced to set a time with that skip. So then Ares beat it briefly, and then TBCR beat it, and then I got a run.
Oh yeah, TBCR said Electric Sheep 1 skip is I think the Magnus Opus strap for that game. Yeah. So and it's very cool. It's very cool to see it work properly too.
Yeah, awesome. And I talked you through actually managing to get it to work too. So yeah, you can see. Yeah, it's not impossible.
Yeah,
not easy, but it's not impossible.
Is it what's kind of like the big hold up here? Is there a certain level where it's like, well, I guess are there elements of kind of like RNG that take into effect? I would assume like kind of placement, getting stuck in hallways.
Well, yeah, there's that. There's the placements, So on Kindergarten, not everything that's placed on the map spawns. So you have some randomness there with like which things actually get populated. Yeah, and AI behavior. The big thing is there's a couple grenade jumps that save a lot of time where like you get somewhat semi-random damage rolls when you fire a grenade, and that affects how much how much height you get off of the grenade jump. So if you take more damage, you get lifted higher. So
is that
you
the
can
same
just kind of get hosed.
Is the grenade jump?
Yeah, all of the games. all of the games. I think it's like 80 plus 0 to 20 for a grenade. So like it's a pretty significant difference in how much damage you can do.
Jesus.
So it's anywhere 80 to 100 damage. And
It's
your
kind of like
maximum. So red health is 150
okay.
for reference.
Okay.
So yeah,
gotcha.
one bar is 150. So like full purple is 450 health.
Is like the levels that we're all thinking about gonna be the most annoying? Like, is Colony Ship gonna be annoying? Is
yeah,
G-Force
but
Unbathing?
not because you have to set up the platforms. It's because you have to grenade jump to skip that room. It's not too hard, but like you can do it only hurting yourself once in that room instead of twice on the wall, and that makes it less consistent if you're trying to go for that. Okay, so I've in honor of the game having its birthday, I turned off the crosshair and turned on the original HUD
hell yeah.
and
Okay.
turned off the FOV override. So I'm still going to use the frame rate interpolation, but this will be the funny old giant HUD.
Awesome. Thank you. Wow, what an honor. This is
So
pretty classic.
I'm not used to playing it like this, and I also haven't practiced. So I guess we'll see how it goes. But I mean, I remember what to do. It's not as bad as like if I don't play like Marathon 2 for a long time, I'll start to forget stuff like which panels I'm supposed to shoot on Saul, the last level, stuff like that. But this, it's in the circuits. I don't know.
You got it locked.
Yeah, I mean, I've been playing these games I think since like
What
so
do you
it's, like,
think? What is this
6.
run? If you had to guess the number, what run number is this going to be? Is it going to be like number 1,000 something? Where are we at?
Well, if you mean times I've like completed the game, I don't know, probably like 200 or something. At times I've like started a run, I don't know. It could be I couldn't begin to guess.
That's awesome.
Infinity definitely has more resets right at the start because of the like secret switch.
Oh yeah.
The like developer switch that opens the door that you can't see, so you just have to like tab it blindly and hope it worked.
Getting back in that door
There's
shut
a lot
is
of
like fuck.
there's a lot of there's a lot of reasons to reset in like the first 30 seconds of that, so you the attempt count would rise rapidly.
Getting trapped
If I
in
had
that
the
room.
same live split setup that I used to, like 8 years ago, then I guess that would tell me how many times I'd hit the start button.
Oh wow,
But
that's awesome.
no, I don't. So
Yeah, that would be sick.
I used to actually have splits, like I would split at the end of each level, but eventually I decided that was too much of a bother. I used to use a foot pedal, like a
it's
USB
like a
foot
manual
pedal.
manual split. It's not like set up to like read the game or something.
No. We've never figured out auto splitting with this engine. I think TBCR looked into it and it was a little confusing. There is a way to do it. But you need to like go in with Cheat Engine and figure out like what memory addresses to have live split monitor. And I don't know. I think it was confusing somehow to figure out like what you need to do. An auto splitter for M2, but it craps out when you take a death.
Oh no.
I see. So yeah, it would be okay for kindergarten, but Total Carnage is not. Well, Infinity Total Carnage is deathless, but the other two games is that would not work. Anyway, I'm not I don't feel prepared to try and tackle this full game on Total Carnage right now, so I will play through it on the easiest difficulty, just show off how fast you can get through this game.
Oh,
so
excited. 30 years in the making.
All right. Yeah, we cooked it for 30 years and this is what it's been reduced to. Okay. So I guess I have a timer, which maybe you can see on your stream. I don't know.
Maybe it's.
Oh, I can move it to the here. No, I can move it to the upper right.
Oh, okay, thank you.
There, that'll work.
My stupid head is taking up a lot of space.
Oh yeah, it was. Yeah, it's the first time I've seen you have a webcam.
Yeah, I know. That's special for the 30th anniversary.
Cool. Yeah. All right. And I guess I'll start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Pop the bottles.
Oh, hold on. I must not have global hotkeys on. Yeah. Okay. All right. 3, 2, 1, go. Now it's working. Oh man. With the default FOV, it feels like you move so slowly. So, yeah, we have the first level arrival here. It's very short. Just make our way through this little maze. Hit the button that opens the door.
We're probably going to be like
go to the end.
10-ish seconds behind you, I think.
Okay.
Oh, look at that. Look at the
nearby.
skip. Get rid of that pillar.
Bigger guns nearby. We just go and grab the assault rifle and then jump this second part of the level.
Wow. Oh man, see, I get some anxiety going into to get the assault rifle. Oh, look at the. Okay, so you're skipping that entirely. Now, are you as concerned with health going through in kindergarten? I mean, obviously, you're talking about.
It's kind of like you're not really likely to get hurt, but on the other hand, what that means is that you aren't really going to be wasting time getting any more health than you need for all the jumps, so you tend to run it close to the wire.
So are you like, but I guess you can only do one grenade jump. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, on the default health.
Yeah.
Yes. But speaking of that, we are about to enter the deprivation chamber and get more health. Come on. So this is our first time getting 3x. This is obviously a secret area.
Ooh.
Oh, I got too much height.
Okay.
So obviously we get 3x in invincibility here.
Avoiding the Garrett White terminal, though.
Yeah, we don't need it.
That's not part of the speed run.
No. No, you don't need to have an existential crisis in the middle of the run. That wastes time. Not optimal.
Damn, wait, so if you go through that first teleporter straight ahead, it just spits you back out at the beginning? Or like when you enter the door?
Yeah, it does. It's a like teleporter maze. There's 3 rooms that are just these little bars with teleporters on each end, and you need to pick the right one twice, I think, to get to the room with the room with the terminal. So if you just take the wrong one intentionally right away, then yeah.
Damn,
okay,
and,
so
and you're holding on the invincibility. Holy shit.
Yeah, the invincibility isn't really that useful, but it does keep you from having to take damage from jumps. So
yeah, because like in the elevator room, or where you're gonna get crushed.
Yeah, and we have to hit these 2 and hope that this stupid. Okay, it behaved.
Oh, that a grenade lob.
Yeah, I missed.
That must be a frustrating one, I feel like.
Yeah, that's definitely a run killer if you're trying to go very fast. Because this whole thing at the end of the level, the like big 3-section crusher, will cost you a lot of time if you don't get the right cycle. So this game has a bug where anytime that they wanted to make you hit multiple switches to finish a level objective, you actually only have to hit one of them. So that's the case on both that level that we just finished and couch fishing.
That's really because when I go through G4 sunbathing, I use your video to remember the path, And I always think, oh, you always hit one button there at the end. Like, don't you have to hit all of them? So I've never done it, but I've never realized
you actually don't. Yeah, it's just
That's
a bug
fun.
with this game. So here at the end of couch fishing, we're going to jump across these rooms at the end. And now we're on to the Rose, the first extermination level.
This is in the hour and a half we played earlier. I got to couch fishing, I think.
Okay.
Slowly.
What difficulty were you playing on?
I think I don't know. I didn't even check before we started. Either normal, maybe.
Probably
easy.
normal then.
But yeah, we went through. We got the Garrett White terminal. We were reading all of everything.
Yeah.
Dude, this is such a good level, though. Getting to go through and fight the Journey-all and shit.
I find it tiresome, but
is it?
It's just me.
I guess I'm experiencing a different, kind of like casual some carnage.
Yeah, exactly. No, it is fun. But once you've played it enough times, then it starts to be like, come on.
What are the spawns kind of like totally random for the enemies, and you have to clear all of them?
They're pretty deterministic. It's just, there are certain spots on the map, where there are enemies. This is a secret area, by the way, where you can get a second pistol. But there's also some enemies in there, and it's sort of a shortcut. So,
are there any levels that are like just completely broken, and you kind of just end them as soon as they start? Or is everything...
BBQ.
Okay.
BBQ is the most broken. Also, we've got the HUD bug where I look like an enemy on the.
Oh, that's funny.
So yeah, in extermination levels in this game, you can leave up to 8 enemies alive, which obviously means optimally we would leave 8 Hulks alive because they take a lot longer to kill than the fighters. But there are more than 8 Hulks, so we do need to kill some of them.
Dodgy, you're thinking about the Sfit, dude. How you doing, Odin? Oh yeah, thank you. Record.
There's a bunch of ammo here, so... Oh, we actually are, like, full on ammo.
It's a good problem to have.
Yeah, ammo can definitely be a concern, because, like, this is basically the only useful gun in the game, so, especially towards the start,
Okay. So I'm not a complete noob for relying so heavy on the assault rifle.
No. In this game, the assault rifle is like 10 times as useful as any other weapon. So then we can actually open this door and just go back through here. I don't know if that's necessary.
And it won't let you finish until every enemy is dead on the extermination levels? Or do just most as a percentage?
It's not a percentage. It's that you can have 8 alive left.
Oh, really? So it's just a flat number. Okay.
Yeah, it's just literally 8. Except in this game... Oh, so again, you're supposed to have to hit the buttons for the airlocks on both sides in this level, but you don't actually have to. You can just hit this one. Come on. Oh my god, I missed twice.
I've probably spent a lot of time like going through the spoiler guide on levels like where's this
I guess
last
I'm
button?
supposed to grenade jump. So here, this is kind of a puzzle.
Oh yeah, this is they got the cryo chamber room.
You have to wait before hitting the second button in order to have the timing work. I think I waited too long. This is the sort of thing that you forget how to do correctly with Oh, come on.
It's like
okay, and we still have 3x. So cool fusion. Okay. Nice RNG. Cool fusion, you're supposed to have to like go through a whole section where you get this. You get this big platform in the center going so that you
Yeah.
can get up to the end part, but skip all that.
Oh,
but
this is
I'm
a-
messing it up.
This is a good skip, though.
There we go.
That's an awesome skip.
That's definitely, I'm not used to doing it with the default FOV. It looks weird. Okay, so now we're done. All right, now we're on to GeForce Sunbathing, which is basically just walking simulator on Kindergarten.
Is GeForce Sunbathing the biggest map in Marathon 1? I feel like it's
Yeah, I
huge.
think it takes up like pretty much. I mean, Try Again might be bigger. I'm not sure, but like, yeah, I think it is the biggest.
This is kind of running the big circle. It's the track lap.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's so funny. So you just have to hit the doors, and then when you get there, you just hit whatever the most convenient button is. Man.
Oh wait, this one's on the left. Then we go over here.
Assault rifle redesign from M2 and Marathon Infinity are mid compared to this chunky boy. I know, it is cool. It is kind of a unique rifle, I think. In most games. Onion said this runs like a marathon, almost. Everything comes full circle. There you go.
Yeah, I don't actually know how long physically you run, how many world units you run in this speed run, but it's got to be a lot.
That would be funny. It'd be funny to tabulate or calculate exactly. Or find a path
I
where you
guess-
run 26 miles.
Right, we need to take this. I'll save again because the next level can go wrong.
What's the next level? What is the...
So- Oh, right, you can just save at the start anyway. What is this called again? Is this Blaspheme Quarantine? Yeah. So Blaspheme Quarantine, actually, this is a pretty broken level too. So this is where we've been captured by Durandal, and he's making us do stupid crap. Okay, I need to.
Dude, the soundtrack though, great soundtrack. This is one of the good tracks in the level.
So you are supposed to take a very long path through a bunch of teleporters and rooms to reach the area that I just went to. Oh, hold on. Hopefully I have enough health for this. Okay, I did.
The Drinial stuck behind the door there, hilarious.
So basically, the actual win condition for Blaspheme Quarantine is just that you get to the very end of this hallway that you return to the beginning part of the map in, and it turns out that you can just grenade jump up to that, and trigger it, and then leave
Oh, okay.
without ever having to go through any of the the time-consuming part.
That's
I'm still
awesome.
full on
And
grenades.
straight through the hunters too.
And then on BBQ, that level is over before it starts because you just grenade jump up and then oh, what am I doing? Totally forgot that room is here. Don't I look like an idiot? All right, yeah. On Shake Before Using, you can skip that little trap where the elevator goes down by grenade jumping, so that you're not
okay.
standing on the floor.
When it
Yeah, if
goes
you're not
by.
standing on the floor, then it's fine. I just forgot the order of the rooms in this level. And you go in the teleporter, and that's that.
You said that's embarrassing. Like all of us wouldn't take 5 hours to beat this. You're ripping through it, kicking its ass.
Fire, fire, fire. Again, you're intended to go to another part. Oh. Blocked by a wasp. Okay, so here we're on to colony ship. Yeah, on fire, 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 fire. You are supposed to raise a bridge over that lava, but you can just jump.
That's a good skip. That's a solid skip to use even when you're just doing a casual run, I feel like.
Oh yeah, I mean it's very easy to do.
Oh my god, getting caught on the bugs, so annoying.
So yeah, here we are on Colony Ship for Sale Cheap. Somewhat infamous level.
What is the strategy? Is it a timing thing? Is that what you're going for? Or?
I mean, the whole start of the level, you just have to walk all the way to. I mean, the whole level is just like go from the beginning to the end. It's very linear. All right. Oh my god. I think I hit these in the wrong order.
The efficiency.
You have to ride the wave.
Oh my god, look at that. You just grenade jumped the whole room. Okay.
Yeah, and then you can actually jump to this like terminal at the end. That's okay, I need to think about what I'm doing. Yeah, you can grenade jump to that terminal at the end that's up on a high pillar and read it in midair. But I didn't want to try doing that. So Habiquitum, this is another annoying level. I'm gonna save. So first we need to go this area and come on and shoot that switch to let us go to the second part. And then you do actually need to be topped up here because we need to run through the lava. And then we're going to need to grenade jump out of lava twice. So here we're getting the device or whatever, which supposedly is what lets Durandal teleport us onto and off of the 4 ship. Okay, hopefully this is still fine.
How do you feel about the 4 ship levels?
I like them. Yeah, I like them.
Definitely a cool change of pace, I feel like, as you're going through the game.
Oh. What comes after this? Am I okay to just...
The lava run just causes
have
so
low
much
health?
anxiety. Just seeing it.
Oh, yes, I am okay to have low health. Right, so this is the last level before we hit the 4 ship. I don't like this level very much. Neither high nor low. I can't even remember the level names.
What is it? What is it about it?
Well, the whole level basically is just... You can kind of keep these gaps in... in the big room in the center. And it's easy to mess up and fall. But yeah, now we have the rocket launcher.
Dude, that sliver of health too at the end. TBCR
I just
said,
decided to go for it.
should note for people that didn't know, there's a Discord for speedrunning the series as a whole. The game's on the engine and probably the new game when it comes out. If you want to put a link, for some reason it's not letting me paste a link in there, but I'll pin that link, TBCR, if you want to put it up here so people can check it out.
I wonder if the new game will be like possible to speedrun.
Yeah, that's very
We have no
interesting.
idea.
I don't know. Are there any like speedrun categories for like Tarkov or Hunt or anything? I don't know. Cool. Fastest to extract from all the maps or something.
Yeah.
So much RNG,
So
though, so random.
The deal with the 4 ship levels is that they're all exploration. So we're basically just supposed to go and observe a bunch of polygons of the level, and I've taken a route that does that, so we're done.
So for the final one, where you have to kill the 4 controller or whatever, does that one, can
Yeah.
you still trigger the ending without killing him, or is that the end state?
No, you have to kill him. Oh, yeah,
okay.
so I was going to say, in this game, there are certain enemies that are specially flagged that you need to kill them if they're on a extermination level. That's not the case in Marathon 2 and Infinity. Oh, hold on. There are so many wasps. Okay.
I was gonna say it seems
I'm
just
just
like a
gonna do
nightmare.
this.
Trying to coordinate over top of them. Oh no.
I want to not take a death.
Dude, especially they're flying and getting right in the way of everything that you're
Yeah, they
to
just
do.
love to point blank you, basically.
Yeah.
So their AI just
Homing missile kind of thing.
their AI just makes them like, yeah. Oh, did I not save? There we go. Okay, so now we're gonna jump out of here. There we go. This is a kind of confusing, like, teleporter maze. This level, but we have actually gone and triggered the part that you need to see to fulfill the objective. And we get the toast finally, the last weapon that you get, and now we're back on the Force ship.
Oh, shoot.
All right, so we need to go through here and then just see this. I think that's it.
I think I got the link to post TVCR.
So one thing about these levels, the Force ship levels, is that they're fairly non-linear. So we've gone through a couple of different routes. Oh, here. Of how you actually go and see all of the necessary polygons and then go to the end. Because a lot of them have multiple exits. The idea is basically that Durandal can teleport you out at any window. And
Like a
so
line of
some
sight.
levels have multiple windows that are not near each other that you can exit from. So
And how is it triggering whether or not you've seen like
it's just based on so like how the auto map, like
Yeah.
anything that's basically in your line of sight gets added to your map. It's just
Okay.
it works off of that. So
Gotcha. So your model
yeah, that's
just has
another
to be in the
difference.
area. Your character.
That's another difference. Yeah, I mean, literally, it's based on what you're looking at, So, like there, I'm opening the door just so that it thinks that I've seen the requisite polygon. Oh, I got up on the ledge of that bridge. So here we've kind of, you inevitably kind of have to do a full loop of the level and then come back to this part. I don't need health. What am I doing?
Dude, so
But
many
yeah,
of the
in,
jumps. So good.
In Marathon 2, the way that exploration levels work has changed, and you actually have to walk over the required polygons.
So it doesn't
here,
trigger just for seeing it in Marathon 2?
No, it doesn't. Yeah, that's right. They
Okay.
changed how it works. So here we're on the level where Durandal has reprogrammed some of the security drones, and they try and kill you.
Yeah.
But that's fine, because we're already done. There is like an invincibility in 3x that you can go and get on that level, but on Kindergarten we really don't need to.
Is that kind of the big difference between Kindergarten and Total Carnage, just kind of routing to account for ammo and health upgrades?
Yeah, for sure.
Razor.
I mean, yeah, you would just have to kind of see what the TC speedrun looks like, because the combat becomes, instead of like pathetic, it's extremely scary all the time. There's more enemies. They actually shoot at you as much as they can, and they have lots more health. Yeah, so we go to this ledge, and then there we've seen all of that. Of course, this level has one of the classic Marathon soundtrack songs. So here we're done with this area, so we're gonna take the teleporter, top ourselves up, and not leave because we're missing something.
Dude, some of these rooms where you just open up and there's all these hunters in there. That on Total Carnage, that must just be a nightmare.
Yeah, it's nightmarish. I mean, the enforcers are the worst because they have a hit scan gun, but you know, it's all pretty tough. So what did I not see?
What is your strategy like if you get to one of the windows and it's not spawning you out? Is it like
reset?
Okay, just do the run win. Gotcha.
Yeah. I mean it. Okay, I don't know what I missed. I thought I touched or saw all of them, but I just went and did it again, and it worked. So yeah, here we're on Phorophobia. So this is a combined exploration and extermination level, so you need to kill almost everything, including the cyborg, and see a bunch of specific polygons.
Okay. This is like the most win conditions in the whole game, kinda.
Yeah, basically. Also, if people don't know, there's a where is it? Yeah, there's a secret alien weapon and invisibility there in the wall.
Is that helpful, I guess, when you're going through on like Total Carnage and stuff, or no?
For the like individual level run, it's very useful because it's the way to get an enforcer gun without having to kill an enforcer.
Okay.
Yeah, I actually kind of like the individual level run for this level on TC, even though it's like very difficult. Okay. Oh, right. I actually don't want to come down here. All right, I forgot. Yeah. You don't want to come down here because instead we take this teleporter that jumps us back to the start. And then, so as an example, you see the pink thing over there? That's actually like way below us, but it adds it to our map anyway because of the way that the auto map works. And that's sufficient for us to have seen it because it's actually one of the rooms that you need to see.
Oh, okay. So it
just
counts
because it only works in
Gotcha.
2D, the auto mapping doesn't really consider if you can see it or not. So there's the cyborg. It's dead. And then we just need to basically get down into this room. So this is one of the places you can leave from. So just as soon as enough stuff is dead, we should get teleported out.
The alien weapon is so good in this game. It's so awesome.
Have I messed up? Oh, I know what I did. Yeah, you need to see this. Yeah, there we go. Okay. This level has a bit of a skip on it too, where we can go down and then float up. So the alien ship levels all have low gravity too, which changes a couple things. It means that with the alien gun and the toast, the flamethrower, you can basically fly, and that grenades take a perfectly straight path. They don't fall at all, as you can see.
Okay, that's interesting.
Okay, so here we're like turning off whatever this egg thing is. I don't really know what it's supposed to be.
The infamous
And then we take
egg.
the teleporter on the other end of it. Okay, so that's the end of the 4 ship levels. We're getting close to the end of the game. Is it this door? Yes.
Crazy.
We're on
crazy.
Welcome to the Revolution. Yeah, 3rd to last level. So now that we've killed the cyborg, this fit worked for us. We're not waking up though.
Now they're friendly with Durandal now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so we get to work with them for the last couple of levels, but as ever in this game, friendly AIs basically just mostly serve to get in your way.
Yeah.
Okay. This is a like kind of jumping puzzle, but if you know anything about how this run works, you can probably predict that instead we just use the assault rifle to jump to the end. So now we're on try again. This is the penultimate level, and we just have to kill everything. And in this game, that includes the juggernauts. There's no way around killing them.
Oh damn! Is that kind of like one of the bigger time sinks, or?
Yeah, it is. It's also a reason why you actually might want to play this game on the original Mac version, because there's a bug that's not reproduced in LF1, where you can rapid fire guns by canceling their weapon cooldown by switching away and back to them.
Okay.
That's something that works in Pathways into Darkness and in the original Marathon. It does not work in Marathon 2 and onwards, and so the bug doesn't exist, or yeah, it doesn't exist in Marathon 2, and because LF1 is based on Marathon 2.
So theoretically, the fastest potential way would be to run it on.
Yeah.
Original. Gotcha.
Yeah, because you can rapid fire the rockets.
What is the time save you think?
I don't know, a couple of seconds. It's not that much, but it is something. This level is also a bit confusing because it's got a lot of teleporters. So there's many routes that you could take through it. I still haven't really figured out what the most optimal way to do it is.
I would love to know what the idea was behind the rear end of the
I
think guys here at the end.
The juggernauts. Yeah, I know. I think the idea is supposed to be that those orbs are like how they fly.
Oh, okay. Those
because there's a couple of other things, like the design language is kind of consistent about indicating that's what makes them fly.
Gotcha. Okay. So it's not just it's not just for looks, I guess.
Okay. So that's the end of that level, and the final level turns out is a bit of a joke. Because you can just rocket jump to the end. There's big rings of hallway full of enemies that you're supposed to have to fight your way through. But
wow. Literally, this is that first room. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you end up looping back to jumping across the starting room way high up and reaching the terminal. But if you it gives you full 3x at the start, and you have the rocket launcher. So yeah, the rocket launcher can just jump you up to the end immediately.
Dude, 32 minutes. Wow. Dude, that's crazy. You said you haven't really been able to even practice or anything that much.
No, I didn't. I was planning on doing it today because I thought I was I thought I was doing this tomorrow.
Dude,
but
that's awesome.
well, I mostly remembered what to do. I would definitely have to de-rust this a little in order to get down to the 25s. That was really I seem to recall when I got that run, it was pretty all out, you know.
Yeah, everything went your way.
Everything went my way, and I was it's with a FPS. Well, really with most games, there is just a lot to save from movement and just really, optimizing your lines and, always being ready for the next thing that's coming. And, well, obviously, executing the route correctly and remembering where to go is the base step. And then, past that, there is a lot to save just from you always need to be strafe running, and you always want to be like running, straight down the corridor that you're going.
Yeah.
There's I think people underestimate maybe, unless they play GoldenEye, how much can be saved just from that, just from movement optimization. So I think I was really like dialed in when I got that run. Um Certainly when I got the sub 10 minutes in Infinity, that felt pretty dialed in.
Yeah.
So
Just the reaction to the stuff that can go wrong, I feel like is so crazy. Just to have everything lined up
yeah.
like that.
Yeah,
So-
because I mean, yeah, the run will never go like 100% the same, right? The enemy RNG is always going to be a little different. And on like the extermination levels on Kindergarten, not, like I said, not all the enemies actually spawn, because I think it deletes a quarter of them. Like it skips a quarter of them when it's populating the map. So and that's based on the RNG, so yes.
Crazy.
But yeah.
And
Yeah,
how
so
long did that speedrun take to come together for Marathon 1, like in the iteration that we kind of saw today?
um hmm
Is that pretty
well,
consistent to how it was like very early on, or is there,
I
is there
mean,
a lot of
fairly
iterations?
like to the untrained eye, I would say it basically looks the same, because like, we figured out how to do most of the jumps and stuff pretty fast.
Mhm.
Um it's more in the subtle stuff. Like for a long time, for instance, we didn't go to the deprivation chamber, to the like Garrett White secret area, because
Okay.
we figured on Kindergarten it wasn't worth the going out of your way to do. It was only later that we concluded that going and getting the 3x and the invincibility was actually useful, because it can save you a cycle on
Mhm.
um what is it called? Not Never Burn Money. Defend This. You can actually like grenade jump and save an elevator cycle, which can save you a lot of time. So it makes up for what you lost. There's stuff like that, right? It's a lot of like, okay, well, is going slightly out of my way for extra resources going to end up
Yeah.
saving me time later? Trying to figure that out. So it's usually not really just like timing, like oh, if I go this way or that way, which one's faster. It's like, because you keep your resources the entire way through,
Mhm.
you know, it's like and also this game has no health cans the way that
Yeah.
M2 and Infinity 2. Uh, so there's never an opportunity to instantly restore your health. You always have to use use a panel and wait. So,
Yeah. There's no
trying
quick
to
way around
optimize
it.
that. Yeah, yeah. But I mean, they always take I guess it's like they always take the same amount of time to fill you to whatever they go to. So the
Mhm.
3x is, thrice as fast as the 1x.
Oh,
Um
okay. So it always takes like the same amount of time. You're just getting more health for that.
yeah, I think that's how it works. I mean, it's definitely faster. I think it's, 2 and 3 times as fast. Um Probably they add like, you know, 2 and 3 points of health per tick, if I had to guess, but I don't know.
Do you
Because yeah,
think?
the internally the game runs at 30 ticks per second. The high frame rate is just interpolation on Aleph 1's side. It's still, everything internally is happening, yeah, 30 times a second.
Do
Um
do you think that there is anything like the Electric Sheep 1 skip in terms of like somewhere in here there's something you can clip through and beat one of these levels like a minute faster that's gonna break it, or do you think it's pretty close to
hmm,
like how it is in terms of your
I would
abilities?
say in it just based on the way that the levels work, that's way less likely in this
Mm-hmm.
game than it is in Marathon 2. Like for instance, in Marathon 2 on Begging for Mercy Makes Me Angry, um like hypothetically you could skip like 80% of that level by immediately breaking the circuits that open, or just immediately breaking the circuit that ends the level. Because like, it's just a series of doors that cover the different switches and circuits,
Mm-hmm.
that's the only reason you need to actually play the level legit. So like if you could somehow get through it, you could
Uh,
just break the one that lets you leave. On this in this game, I mean the levels are like really linear, and there's no way around the extermination levels, like fulfilling the requirement there. Um, but yeah, I mean it's mostly I mean, the level design is pretty basic here. It's mostly like long series of hallways. Um, so yeah, I mean the best I can come up with is probably like figuring out a much faster route through some of the 4-ship levels, where you just like have to walk less, and manage to hit all the polygons.
The
But
sightseeing levels.
yeah, they basically are sightseeing levels. Beyond that, yeah, it's hard to say. Obviously, in Total Carnage, there's a lot more that can come off just from being very ballsy with the combat. And just being skillful, because if you get shot less, then you have to spend less time healing.
Do the grenades
But
do more damage on Total Carnage, like when you're grenade jumping, or does
no,
that stay consistent?
you don't do more damage, and so
Okay.
that means you don't do more damage to yourself. It's just the way it works is like some damage sources are classed as alien in the engine, and alien damage sources, which includes lava, by the way, for some reason. I think it's actually like on normal and above, it's just the normal number. And it's reduced by a what is it? Like a quarter and a half on easy and kindergarten. Or maybe it's a half and 3/4. So yeah, that's why kindergarten is so easy, is because you just take like way less damage. I think it's a quarter damage from all sources. Um so well, yeah, from all sources except your own weapons, essentially. And that's also what enables like the Infinity Electric Sheep 1 skip, is because the lava counts as an alien damage source, and so it does less to you on kindergarten, so you can survive being in it for longer.
Dude, that's awesome. Well, thank you so much for coming out and doing this, and I'm sorry again for the scheduling.
Sure,
confusion,
yeah,
my
no,
bad.
it's yeah. I mean, I understand. Yeah, the time zone stuff is always weird to think about. I should have thought that you were you were doing it on the 20th, or starting it on the 20th.
Yeah, a safe
And so it
assumption.
was definitely not.
If I'm telling you something, it's probably a little wrong. Go for it.
Well, maybe it's just mind games. You're just
want to catch you off guard. Have you
yeah,
do it wrong.
you're imitating the rampant AI and just trying to yeah, trying to get me on the back foot.
Yeah, the grand reveal at the end of the stream. I rip off the mask. It's just Durandal, so should be good. All right, dude. Well,
This
thank you
ending
so much.
screen.
I know, it's a great. It's it's awesome.
The like render is so funny looking too. I guess that's supposed to be like a 4 probe.
Yeah, like on Lahuan, right? Is that the idea?
Either, yeah.
That's what
Yeah,
I
I
would
think
expect
so.
from the
I mean, that's what
humps,
it looks like. Yeah. So this is supposed to like sort of preface the next game, right? Is like, okay, the
Yeah.
4 have found the like or right. This is Durandal using the 4 probes to search for the radioactive ruins of ancient cities. If they're so radioactive, then why can the Bobs go and chill in them?
Yeah, the Bobs can live in there for a month while they're just like,
Yeah.
I don't know, Durandal got captured.
Yeah,
I'm
maybe he just
sure
doesn't care if they get
exactly
radiation
right.
sickness.
Yeah, he's treating them purely as cannon fodder, I'm sure.
And probably the Sphit are resistant to it somehow.
Yeah.
Well, it's like, isn't there some MacGuffin virus that's supposed to keep the 4 out of their where they're staying?
Yeah, I think when they get down to the ancient ruins or wherever the Sphit had held out before they all fell to the 4. Yeah, they created some sort of virus that killed the 4. I want to say like within an hour or something. Yeah, and it keeps them out.
Except I want to say that like some of the terminals in M2 imply that like the Sphit didn't do it on purpose. They're just like, oh well, for some reason the 4 like drop dead if they come down here.
Just kind of works out that way.
We
Got
we don't really
lucky.
know why. It seems like they're getting sick, so I could be
Yeah,
wrong
you're
on
right.
that,
That
but I
that
seem
might
to
be it.
recall that's yeah, when you're going and reading all of this fit terminals, I think that's something that's alluded to.
Yeah, and
Of
another
course,
thing,
backhandedly because of the cryptic way they like to talk.
exactly. Yeah, another thing we were talking about is how Robert McLeese, who was the guy who kind of was the big creative mind behind the Flood in Halo, had originally pitched
Yeah.
that kind of idea for Marathon to get some concept art from the Marathon scrapbook of the fungal spore infected that potentially
So
would have
that
showed up.
right. I remember that. I remember that piece of art. So that I guess that that idea basically got directly used in Halo, huh?
Yeah, and it's the same guy, and he was went over there
Right.
and did that whole thing.
No,
Obviously, a
we're
very
doing
cool concept. We're doing it. It was
We're
a good
doing it.
idea. Yeah,
It was a good idea. Yeah.
Which is
Yeah,
all of Bungie's
the
follow-up
library
games.
notwithstanding.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Yeah.
Doing this was a good idea. We can do it again. Better.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it is funny, when you take a look at this game, Marathon 1, especially his story, and then compare it to Halo, there's so many parallels with okay, we've got the first contact with a multiracial alien conglomerate, you know, kind of plot. And then we've got the uncovering some other, ancient, long departed alien race that was super advanced and left lots of signs behind. That's the Euro and the Forerunners, and then some kind of ancient evil that they knew about and tried to deal with, the working Cacunter and the Flood.
Yeah, and then you have the
There's
green Mjolnir guy.
yeah,
Kicks ass.
yeah, yeah. The differences are really it's in it's Halo is retelling Marathon where you only sort of half remember how all of the plot points are supposed to go, and you come up with the rest.
Yeah, from memory. Halo is Marathon
Yeah.
from memory.
Yeah. I mean, I think part of it too is it's interesting because I feel like the method of story delivery here, because it's only through text and the maps, the levels that you actually play don't really have that much to do with what's supposed to be happening. I mean, they do, but they can't communicate that much, right? They're sort of able to. You kind of have to tell a story that's a little more removed from what the gameplay is showing, but it also means that in Halo, they're much more able to tie it together directly, right? Like you have a cutscene that's in the same space that you are playing the level in,
Yeah, exactly.
and they're able to show not tell.
Exactly. Yeah, the technology advanced to the point where it became more cohesive.
Yeah. It kind of makes me wonder what it would have been like if, basically they made this series later. If they
Yeah.
made this series after Quake had, if they started Marathon 1 after Quake had come out, for instance, or after I don't know, a game like Perfect Dark had come out, which is another much more cutscene focused, voice acted, showing, what's going on instead of just explaining it to you in text. How would they have had to change the the way the plot works?
Yeah, what would a security officer cutscene look like? Get him walking through the halls. Or maybe if we got a voice.
I guess
for
it's true.
them.
The character, your protagonist is such an empty vessel in this game.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're just told what various things about the character, but then it's also vague anyway. It's
And even the art you see, it isn't consistent. So it's not like there's one design attached to him,
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. Yeah, good old
Craig Mullins, yeah.
yeah, the Craig Mullins art is funny, it's yeah, it's like AI art before AI art. Where every interpretation that he painted is different.
It's cool though. It gives it a whole kind of unique feel.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, And he basically invented the digital art, photo kit bashing, or I think photo bashing people call it, of taking bits of photographs and like painting over them or like cutting them out and using them as part of his pieces. And if you look closely, you can kind of see
the little piece. That's what I was saying earlier. I was like, I think I was trying to remember. I was like, I don't think he did it like in a real medium. Like I think it is like digital art. Like, there's something really unique to it.
He was like one of the first people to like actually do digital painting, I think. I think before like pen tablets were even commonplace, and I want to say that he, like, some people gave him a hard time for basically like, being elitist about it, right? And saying that like, well, this isn't a real medium. You're just like playing around on the computer.
It's crazy. Yeah, and another example, Marathon being kind of a piece of something a little bit ahead of its time, kind of on the cutting edge.
Yeah. Although I will say, I think there's something really charming about the art in Pathways and in this game, like both the in-game sprites, all of the hand-painted sprites before they did anything with renders, and the chapter screens in this game as well. Like they have a certain mood. I don't know.
Kind of like a comic book kind of feel as well.
Yeah, for sure. It makes it, it feels like a digital comic book. And you can kind of imagine, extrapolating from those chapter screens to like having the whole story conveyed that way.
Which would be sick to see. As he gets all his graphic novel in that style.
Oh. Does the credits thing not work?
No, I don't think it pops up.
Or is it not supposed to show? Oh, what am I doing? I'm not hitting the credits button. Yeah, there's the credits. Damage and Spin. Doug Zartman and Alexander Seropian.
Just getting the wonderful thought. Oh, there it is. Now popped up for us. Yeah. So cool.
So I guess Alex is also supposed to have done all the sounds.
I think he's credited for the soundtrack. Yeah.
I know he did the music, but I guess he also was the one picking the sound effects and stuff.
Oh, that's cool. That's funny.
Because I feel like the sound effects are a huge part, at least to me, like the the appeal and the like aesthetic of the game. The soundscape makes a huge difference.
Alex in the chat earlier said that when they're getting burned with the flamethrower, it sounds like Finn from Adventure Time screaming. It's like, that is very apt, kind of. It's almost exactly.
That's true. Yeah. 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 When the four go up in flames. I wonder if that must be a stock sound effect that he found somewhere. Because I mean, most of them are. But
maybe
the art
inspiration.
the art of picking them, I don't know. And then all of the sounds that the four make, I don't know. It's very. I feel like it adds a lot. Without that or with less good sound effect picking, the game would not have the same impact.
Yeah.
And of course, this game has the hunter howl, which they got rid of.
Yeah, they definitely try to make it more slick and less kind of cartoony, I guess, maybe is the way to say it.
Yeah.
In the next one.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Yes. But I don't know. I mean, I like that about this game.
Yeah. No, it definitely gives a strong feel. Stands out.
Even this weird sort of skeuomorphic menu, main menu screen where it's is this some kind of weird retro future PDA where we've slid out these different panels? What's going on with the enormous bolts holding in the side bits?
Yeah, that's definitely something you could have seen some random side character holding in a sci-fi movie in the 90s or something.
Yeah, for sure.
Device.
And I mean the design of the entire the HUD, right?
Putting it into actual monitor screen or terminal.
Yeah,
or
making
something.
it look again like weirdly like skeuomorphic. We've got this like rubberized handle on the left, the like giant panel that just says UESC Marathon.
Yeah.
I like the idea that like you're like somehow you're like watching everything that happens in the game on like a shitty tablet.
Yeah. Well, I have
You
read
know.
that some people talk about that potentially that was kind of like a choice to explain how Durandal is like aware of everything that's going on. That, like maybe he was literally seeing what the security officer
like
was
watching
doing.
through his eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not just like monitoring.
You've got the little like holes for a microphone, and then the like microphone indicator LED below it.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's kind of funny too when you look at the like prototypes where they wanted to make the like 3D compass thing, but it turned out to be too CPU intensive.
Yeah, I know. I feel like we saw a few when we were going through the scrapbook earlier on stream. Maybe we saw like 2 or 3 different iterations of what the HUD was going to look like.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Well, I think
I also like the like heavy use of the like warning stripes.
Oh yeah. Which is something that they brought back in the new game as well. Those pop up
yes.
a ton.
It does seem like they kind of aped the aesthetic sensibilities of the first game more than the other two in the new the design language or the style of the new game, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what to expect, but at least what they've put out so far looks neat. So
yeah. Well, and the narrative stuff is all very much so drawn from the first game.
From the first game, yeah, for sure. Yes.
But I'm gonna take a quick break here, and then I'll be back on for another few hours if you want to stop by and say hi.
Sure. Well, thanks for having me. Yeah.
Dude,
I can stop my unlisted YouTube stream.
Thank you so much for doing this, and thank you for everything you've done. I feel like for the marathon community, that's something I was talking about earlier. I feel like everyone who has agreed to come on and do this, I'm very grateful for. Obviously, as the record holder for the majority, if all but one, maybe I think is accurate to say.
Yeah.
For the marathon speed runs, I'm
starting to practice the Marathon 2 kindergarten, so I'm gonna try and take that back at some point, but I need to find some time.
That's good to hear. That's awesome.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I really appreciate it, and obviously, hopefully, I guess we'll do this again in 30 years. We'll do the 60-hour stream.
Right, the 60-hour stream for Marathon being 60 years old. All right. Well, I'll be just past retirement age then, so
you'll have time. Good. And I'm sure you can work on whatever the extraction shooter speedrun looks like by then.
Yeah. If it's even playable 30 years after coming out.
Well,
all these live service games are like, I'm going to need to implement my own private server at that point to even make the game run.
And we'll get everyone to join in. Make it realistic.
There you go. Yes.
All right, dude. You have a good night. Good day, I guess. For you. Good night for me. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Cheers.
I'll see you later. Bye. Whoa! What a noise! What a hang up noise. That's awesome. All right. Very lucky. I really appreciate him coming out. And doing that, especially with the mix up with the times there. Super, super fucking cool. All right. I'm gonna take a little break here, maybe 15, 20 minutes, use the restroom, have a little bite, get some water, do some stretching, and then I'll be back. We're going to be doing some Bungie gaming. I think I'm going to start and just work my way through kind of the stuff that appeals to me in terms of the games we go through. But I think we're going to start with some NOP. We have a pretty funny version of that we can play. So we'll be doing that, like I said, about 15 minutes. I'm going to go take a break for a minute, and then I'll be back. And we got, I think, a few more hours left. All right.